Now people are gonna send more
go.
stuff.
You just gotta
Because
think
they'll be
about
walking down the street like, I need to mail something because 99362.
I had the fun experience today of going to the UPS store with a giant box, and they're like, "Okay, so what's in this?" And I'm like, "Yo, just a bunch of animal bones." Sending it to Rachel.
not
You're
awkward
like,
or
all
weird.
this is bones? Are you a serial killer?
I never
The
thought
look
about
on
that
the
with a
lady's
flat
face
rate
was
box.
great.
We could get a lot of bones over to Rachel.
You even spot us. Welcome, sweet 279. Walla Walla, Washington.
Oh, I need to email Martin the link. I have got to be smarter about that. I'm sure he's waiting.
He's a patient, kind person, so I'm glad you remembered, though, because we're pretty big fans of Martin around here.
I know. I wish he would get in like
Love that
the
guy.
groups. I want someone else to take over the email Martin for a week
I'll do it.
because I'm often late.
Washington 99.
You know I'll do it. Don't tempt me. I'd love to email Martin.
From the
Here,
top.
I gotta go get my art stuff.
All right, I'm going to put Martin's email in the Zoom chat so anybody can email him anytime. He's quite a corresponder if you are interested in that type of thing.
99362. 99362.
Really good, Jim. Makes me miss
It's really
writing,
good.
sitting around and composing songs with you.
307 South 9th Avenue. 9362.
Yeah, I need to. You're gonna have to send me this recording so I can record harmony.
Walla Walla, Washington
Do this one.
99362.
Just find a way to play this one loud enough that I can sing and record right over the top of it and improvise harmony and call and response.
I sent it to you already. I'll resend it.
They just must not have seen it. You know how it is.
Yeah, don't worry.
Never mind. I used the crystal to call him, I think.
It's the best way to do it. Heard that.
Funny, because this is reminding me, too, that when we couldn't remember our new zip code, I made up a little jingle so that it would be easier, and we still use it now. 83713. 83713. So powerful.
How long does this song loop for? I mean, I can listen to it all night. Don't get me wrong. I'm just curious.
I haven't heard the loop. Must go on forever.
The song
It's so beautiful.
Until you send mail to the address.
Is it on Spotify yet? Can I get a download link?
All right, I'll drop
It's my ringtone.
it.
Dude, I would totally love this as a ringtone. It's so good.
Washington 99362.
on hold for a really long time.
It feels like I'm on hold. That's so true. I was just noticing I went all just like tranced by it.
Yeah, we're trained to wait patiently if this kind of stuff is playing.
No one's talking. We're waiting for the first reader. Maybe.
Well, I dropped some books that might not have horrible murder as the main first subject.
I don't know, Sean. I kind of like that. That's your thing. It's your shtick.
Well, now that I've said that, it might happen anyway. But
I have a couple things right.
I mean, to me, that's just true synchronicity because I'm a Scorpio. Like sex
So
or murder,
true.
which one do you want? It's murder. How about sex? How about murder?
Welcome to Flow State.
Is that the guy from the song?
That's
I
the
think
guy
it
from the
is.
song.
The guy from the song. What a trip. I hear he's a real gem.
He's got his moments.
Took me a second. He's a total gem. For a Taurus.
Rataurus.
Gem
Happy
Taurus.
birthday, Bull Gang. Happy Bull Month.
Happy Bull Month.
We should show the Jenny B art since this is a Flow State art show. Say happy birthday to all our Bull fam.
Sounds good.
Absolutely.
I volunteer somebody else to screen share it.
Creature, what?
Stuck on my hand.
Just got back.
Yeah, I want you guys to prepare your hearts and souls along with me for the day when Chance is like God Emperor of the world and delegating everything. Because at this rate of him being so good at delegating and people actually going with it, it's probably going to happen. You know, by the time
Hey,
I'm
like,
70,
you know, if Aries ever gets good at delegating, watch the fuck out.
that's
That's
what
the
I'm saying.
Emperor
Yeah,
card.
well, you're already doing it. You're young and you're already learning to delegate, and you're super loving and kind and polite. So
You know,
that
we
makes
actually
it-
don't like to do it. We want to do it ourselves because
I know,
then,
there's only-
then it would be done right.
Capricorn of the delegators.
You know, what would be worse than you guys delegating would being able to actually effectively clone yourselves. The rest of us would be put into subjection. Like two of you and two of my mom would get together and it would be over for everyone. Like you guys would agree what's best and it'd be fucking over. But I
Let's
love
get on it
Aries
then.
and Taurus, so
Shout out to Bull Gang. Bull Gang in the hose.
That's what I'm saying.
Jim.
We should show that awesome Jenny B art.
Jim, can you see that, Jim?
Get it.
What is it?
That's a piece of fine arts wax. And so I'm going to make an authentic face the old-fashioned way here.
You've collected it all this time?
Well, I've got lots of it, but there was a little cup sitting here that had some in it. And so I just heated it up with the torch. I bought a torch just like the ones we used to use. And
Very
so,
nice.
let's see. And then you got to look at which way you want to put the eyes. I'm going to put the
Okay.
eyes what I would consider
You've
to be
got it.
upside down.
Somebody's got it.
Oh, there's some
Very
kind of hard
nice.
thing in the
like.
middle.
I was trying.
Yeah,
It
you
feels
guys see
so
that?
good to do it the old-fashioned
So
way.
good.
Nice.
Jenny is a mystic and a scholar.
It's beautiful.
Yes, she is.
All of
yeah,
the
I can look
above.
up here.
There we go.
Wow. Oh, I guess I have to say, got it. Don't leave meeting. Say, got it.
That is a happy holy cow.
Yep.
Holy cow, my goodness, how happy. Got this song stuck in my head. It goes, Walla Walla, Washington, 99362.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it being in my head.
I was gonna say I like it. It's pleasant. It's the best hold I've ever been on.
Did you get my
Bing,
video,
bang,
Jim,
walla,
of this
walla,
amazing
bing, bang.
sculpting tool I found at a secondhand store in Nampa, Idaho?
Which one? Maybe.
Like yesterday or the day before?
I think so.
I'm not mad about it being in my
It's like somebody really narrowed out this end. I think it's just made out of a fly swatter handle. See all the duct tape on it? Like I went and walked through this whole thrift store and I gave the lady $1 for this totally homemade, ratty looking tool, but it's a sculptor's tool. It's a sculptor's loop.
Yeah.
It has somebody's energy. Dude, somebody used the hell out of this thing. Like, if you look at the video I sent you on your phone, you'll be able to see it better what I mean. Like, I don't know what they did to narrow the ends out. It looks like they might have stretched it, heated it up and stretched it.
They could have sanded it.
Yeah, but it made me think of you immediately, of course.
Oh,
Heated
Wow.
up and stretched out.
There's the first one made out of hot wax in more than a year.
Oh, hey.
I have this book.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Heated up and
I have this book that Gabe gave me. If you guys want to read some of it,
Ooh.
pretty back.
Can I tell a quick
Gabe gave
funny,
some good
funny,
gifts.
funny thingy first before you do that?
Yeah, they're really short, so
I'm down.
go for it.
So while I was waiting for Jim, I decided to try something. Chance.
Okay.
I picked up my selenite and I sang
Nice.
like, "Dear Jim Maiden, where are you? Please show up
It
for your
works.
meeting." Tried it.
So works.
It worked. It
Seen it work.
He was probably right there.
worked. Okay, that was
Who
my
came
story.
in with selenite in the water? That's cool that it was selenite. So now I know I've got a nice selenite wand
Don't
in
get
my
your
office.
selenite wet. It doesn't like to be wet.
It's
That's what
soft.
that's what the lady who
I'm
told me
dele-
the one said. Like
I'm
it'll
delegating
dissolve.
you that information.
I put one in a fish tank I had. Totally dissolved.
Yep.
Well, then maybe
bet
it
it
wasn't
did.
selenite that I put in my pickle jar.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't selenite.
Maybe it wasn't selenite.
Are you sponsored by Duracell, Alan? AlanMarcus.com.
I'd like to be.
Could you imagine the apprehension of Duracell even imagining that they were going to sponsor Alan Marcus? The whole corporate structure would be rattled from the top down. Like,
This is it. What does it look like to you?
Well,
Maybe
it
look
looks
this
like
way.
selenite.
looks like selenite.
That's
Yeah.
what I put into my pickle jar, and I consumed some. I ate some of these moon charged.
Did you put
crystal
pickle
pickles.
juice in it or water in it?
No, there was no brine in it. It was just reverse osmosis water, and sealed it up and let it sit in some moonlight overnight. And then before the morning light, I took it out and kept it in the shadows for about 6 months. And then I opened it up on last Saturday.
It might need to breathe to dissolve.
I can't say that I know for sure. I just know you're not supposed to get it wet. That's what I was told. But I've also
Yeah.
very diligently followed that instruction and never really experimented.
Maybe we need to have a selenite.
And I'm not a pickle
experimentation
eater.
Stream.
Oh, maybe we should tell our most embarrassing
Hmm.
weed stories, or pickle them through the conversation, maybe, and not all at once.
I love the idea of replacing the word pepper with pickled. Yeah, Chance just pickled in his little story.
I'll pickle in my weed story maybe after Rachel reads. Depending on my melatonin levels, I might be tripping by then.
99362.
I'm already feeling it. Yeah, guys.
Walla, walla, walla.
You sound kind of mellow.
Night, Chance.
Getting weird.
Nighty night, sweetheart. Don't forget to color your picture.
I need to finish this whole picture.
That's
Hi,
not
Gabe.
true. You'll just feel happier when you do finish it. You don't need to. It's not a requirement that you're under.
But then I'm way behind on my group tarot cards, as in I haven't started, but I've got ideas.
Yeah, that's okay.
He's
You
furthest
just start.
behind.
I had an argument with the guy one time that if you think about it, it doesn't count. And I was like, no, man, that's not true. I got lots of art projects that have been in my head for years and years, and I've developed them there. And eventually, when I take action and they become physical, that's not the beginning. The beginning was when I was 7 years old and I first had the idea.
Right. I've been
Reminds me of
acquiring
Lucas King
supplies
when he
with
was on a
time.
Vibrant. He's like, yeah, I've thought about it.
Yeah, that's my famous line. My buddy in the wheelchair used to condescendingly say that to me. He'd ask me if something that was supposed to be done is done,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd pause and I'd think, and he'd be like, I thought about it.
Yeah. My thoughts have thought about my thoughts, and then I've gotten the feedback from my own thoughts about my thoughts, and then I go to work when I'm ready.
So yeah, you've actually been working pretty hard on your tarot cards, Chance.
I haven't thought about it that much. Mostly my thoughts are, I need to get started.
2 down. I got 1 more to go. Because I think I gave Jim one of mine.
I feel good because I got.
I should give one of
done.
mine to Jenny's mom. She's amazing.
She's amazing.
Also.
Yeah, I got 1 done. I mean, you probably could use a little work, but thank God, 6 of
Right.
Cups is
Well,
done.
you could conceptualize it, sketch it out real quick, and then pass it on to someone. Doesn't
Yeah,
have to
there's
be
an idea,
polished
Tom Sawyer,
flat.
your card.
That's a good delegating move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Give them the sketch.
I never thought of Tom Sawyer in my card.
Okay, do you guys know what a doggerel is?
Oh, that sounds so familiar. Doggerel. It's a
Is it a type of
English.
mushroom?
No, maybe. No. I will tell you what a doggerel is and read you a couple of them.
Oh yeah, I remember. Go ahead.
There's some fun ones.
Is
So
it like
just
a haiku?
the definition is a verse of a loose, irregular rhythm, writing that makes up its own rules as it goes along. Medieval definition is poor, worthless, and an example is on this page. Doggerel ain't got no pretensions when it slips in and out of the dimensions that literature can allow. Present, past, and future tense, TENTS, get blown away in the passionate winds of now. Herds of metaphors gallop, singing and mixing and shrieking through the storm, baring their fangs and rolling their eyes, oblivious to the academic scorn that would confine them to given meter and rhyme that would allow them to pass just one at a time. Any person can be first, second, or third, as beauty precedes telling and meaning exceeds the sum of words. High doggerel is the sensuality and delight, tenderness and rage of the human spirit, breaking free from a rusty little cage. I can find you a good one because some of these are really fun.
That was
I like
beautiful.
the image of tents blowing away in the now.
Let's see. I should
As
read
someone who's
you-
been way too high one time in a tent that was blowing away in a tornado.
Sounds really crazy.
it was an initiatory experience.
Chance, that just reminded me of my story for later. And Jim was there with me. He actually helped me so much. This may be the highest I ever was, which is really, really saying something because I've been
Remember that?
exceedingly high.
Was it
many-
5 large weed Rice Krispie treats in one night high? That's where I was at.
Similar? It was
First time
I
on
don't
edibles. I
smoke
didn't know it was
dabs, and
different.
somebody gave me like a more than a gram in one hit, so maybe a similar experience.
Oh yeah. It was more of a glob than a dab. I get you.
Yeah. But anyway, I want to hear more doggerel. I'm going to mute again. But no,
Me too.
I
Me
just,
too.
Okay, this one is John's Soul. It's a great intro to the author and more doggerels. One day, John was picking his nose when he got a hold of something that felt like it was part booger and part snot. Felt as he pulled it out like he was emptying the entire space behind his eyes. Felt like it would never stop. Then he felt a final throb, heard a pop, and it came out with a plop onto his desk. At first, it was a shapeless blob, not any larger than a small tomato. But as he watched in disbelief, it grew, becoming translucent as it expanded. Very quickly, it took on the shape and size of a large cat, transparent as glass. John blinked his eyes and looked again. It was now as big as a cow and had the opacity of a soap bubble. When it filled the entire room, he just sat there in the middle. It was thin as air, but he could tell it was there by the way it sometimes would shimmer. I'm inside an invisible hole, he muttered as he realized that what he'd just extracted was his soul. He decided he could more calmly consider this phenomenon if he could escape it for a while. With a self-congratulatory secret smile, he slipped out the door and slammed it behind him. But the shimmer oozed out through the crack below the door panel like the ocean pouring through the Suez Canal. It filled the hall and proceeded ahead of him as he ran down the stairs. He opened the door to the street, and his soul stretched out to everywhere. It raced to the horizon. It engulfed the sky. John scratched his head and uttered a sigh which didn't immediately disappear, but came back like an echo to his ears. He hadn't walked a block when he saw a kid in his early teens discarding onto the sidewalk an empty plastic bag from which he'd been eating jelly beans. "Hey," said John, tapping the boy on the shoulder. "Hope you don't take this as a reprimand from someone who's older. But since we both have to live inside my soul, I'd appreciate it if you didn't litter." The youngster's eyes grew wide with fright. He turned and ran till he was out of sight. As John slowly walked away, he made a mental note to be more careful about what he might say. He began to notice that cars and trucks were emitting fumes, that poisonous gases were passing out of smokestacks and cloudy plumes, that there were reports on the news about chemical warfare and nuclear bombs, that children were crying and so were their moms, that people were angry and tense, that the population of his soul was extremely dense, that the forests and entire species were being decimated. No one except for him appreciated that it was his soul they were all dwelling in. It was unbearable. So he didn't linger. He exhaled till he could tell he was on the verge of death. Then he plugged his right nostril with an index finger and inhaled a breath so prolonged that it sucked his soul right back into where it belonged, out of sight and out of mind. And there's
Hell yes.
some shorter ones after that, but yeah.
That was cool.
So they're calling this doggerel.
Yeah, this is doggerel.
So all of my journal entries are doggerel. Good. Now I have a word for it.
Yeah, they're really fun. It's a good book. Thank you, Gabe.
It's a really good one. The panpsychism aspect of that particular choice. Good selection.
Oh, it gets really heavy. Like it gets really deep, actually. He gets into a lot of different topics and stories. And
All same author in this book then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is all of his writing. It's just him.
Who's the author, please? Who's the author?
Oh, sorry. This is called Now and Again, The Ecstatic Doggerel of Samuel Beast.
Beast?
Beast. Beast.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Samael.
And what a great name.
Right.
Yeah, I went and grabbed a couple Kurt Vonnegut books and some kind of a biography of Gurdjieff.
Oh, nice.
Cool. Hey,
One
guys.
of them is a very interesting book because it's called Love Kurt, the Vonnegut Love Letters from 1941 to 45.
Love
Were they
letters.
too? Yeah.
And
His wife.
Who weren't they two?
Yeah, oh, it's Kurt Vonnegut, so in a way that's definitely true. The other one's a short story compilation called While Mortals Sleep, and this is like older stuff from before he was really, really big. And I've read a few of them. Just trying to. There's one in here that I might find and read for you guys possibly, just depending on how long it is. But I mean, it is Vonnegut, so it's not like reading Salvador Dali or Meditations on the Tarot or books that are about murder that have their pages ripped out or any of that other stuff I've read. So
I want the latter.
Oh, we can do that. So I mean, I'm sure I've got more books full of bloody murder around too. So
My favorite part was that the vegan cowboy lady was actually secretly going to town and like eating meat.
I don't remember that one, but that's
that one.
okay.
Oh, it was from the Yosemite stories, huh?
Yeah, it was just like a little side detail about one of the stories about a guy who like shot a bunch of people or something. Who knows?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, she'd married a man and she tried to stay with him, but he was like a horrible murderer.
Yeah,
Or
and she was
something like
a proselytizing, only eat fruits and vegetables person, but was secretly not following her own creed.
Yeah. It makes me think of this song
God always knows.
called Junk Food Junkie. This guy sings, in the daytime I'm Mr. Natural, just as healthy as can be. But at night I'm a junk food junkie. Good Lord have mercy on me. It's a really good song.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
So
Willpower
true,
diminishes as
yeah.
the amount of time you've been awake increases.
Sun sets and all of a sudden it's time to gorge yourself on things that you swore you'd never eat again.
Classic. So guess who makes an appearance in the next chapter of Celestine Prophecies?
Nick Cage.
That'd be sweet.
I said
What
that
the
for
fuck?
one. Yeah, perfect. What the fuck?
No, our buddy Phil.
Phil.
Hey, did you miss me?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for Phil to come back.
Yeah.
About fucking time, Phil. Where you been?
Still getting used to this whole like microphone thing.
Alan, during the Vibrant tonight, while we were talking about Hawaii with Loomis, somebody in the live chat brought up how they had just recently watched a Brady Bunch episode where the Bradys go to Hawaii. And I was like, were you in our weaving episode on Easter? They're like, no, what's that?
What's
That's
that?
not really how they said it, but it
That's
happened.
awkward.
Perfect.
That's really cool.
It's really cool, man.
It's really cool, man. And all this Hawaii talk is really, really groovy.
Maui Wowie.
Yeah, it's Maui Wowie, like the ink in my erasable pen. And I don't know how they do it, but they make this ink that goes in a pen and you can write it on paper. And then if you make a mistake, you can erase it. But if you're not careful, it gets all over your pinky finger. If you're like right-handed or left-handed in the notebook where there's the spirally spine thing, it's like Maui Wowie, yeah. Makes a mess though. So I'd probably just use a pencil. Maybe a colored pencil. Do you ever write essays in colored pencils?
No. I love this idea, though.
I was a straight edge student.
Same.
My journals were colored pencils.
On the
though.
edge of D's.
Gel pen.
Passing.
Yeah. Whole rainbows.
Gel pens. Does anyone still have gel in any of their authentic gel pens?
I've got a whole box full of them over
Yes.
there. All different colors. Like lots and lots of gel pens.
It's the
And there's lots of
taboo
gel in 'em.
from Hawaii. And it was Vincent Price, right, in the cave. It's been so long since I've actually seen, I think it's the 3-episode story arc of the Brady Bunch going to Hawaii. We read, I believe, the second part of it. So the middle act in that 3-part.
Vincent Price was in it?
I'm fairly certain Vincent Price was the guy who was in the cave.
Yeah, he was Mr. What was he, doctor or something?
Hanaleo.
Started with an H. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hanaleo.
Hanalei.
Yeah.
He looked like Vincent Price. It could have been a cheap knockoff.
Vincent Price from Wish.
Fisher Price?
Fisher Price.
Fisher Price, Vincent Price. I'd like to see some Fisher Price Hammer horror.
That would be great. I'm sure somebody's made that. If not, somebody here could.
The pit and the door knocker, so we couldn't get a pendulum.
Yeah. Do you guys remember a time from like 2004 to 2006 when people were getting video editing software and trying out the editing? So they were taking old footage from VHS tapes and then redubbing them. They would re-edit old episodes of forgotten television shows into a new sequence, and then they would record audio over it to dub over it.
Yeah, I remember
there was
that.
one that used I don't know, some gospel stories. So there's Jesus Christ, and during my time at Bible college there, Bible school, and we were watching these things, and now for the life of me, I can't remember what the name of those videos were, but they had like snickering sort of sound effects, and it was all quite funny.
Snickering.
I think we could do that again. A lot of times people will say Aqua Teen Hunger Force or other such series. Maybe we could do something with the footage from Adult Swim animations and cartoons. Could
Yeah, I
be
just
like,
realized the other day that Adult Swim is actually Hanna-Barbera, and I didn't know.
yeah. I think they split off. So now there's a Boomerang where they play the classic Hanna-Barbera stuff. But when Cartoon Network first launched, they played a lot of Hanna-Barbera, Yogi Bear cartoons. And there's that race, that cartoon where they're racing like cartoon racers. And there's that sniveling dog.
Oh, yeah.
They're on a constant race, and they're trying to continue to race and race and race.
Yeah, it makes me think of Cannonball Run, but that's not the name of the show.
No.
Wacky races or something like that.
Yeah, something wacky like that.
Mm-hmm.
A key moment of trauma in my childhood was when I was 6 years old, and I was watching Cartoon Network, Flintstones, I think, in the back room of my grandma's house while she was babysitting for me. And a disgruntled employee at the cable company switched over Cartoon Network's feed to pornography for a solid 5 minutes, and I was unsupervised. And I told my mom about it later, and that's how she found out that I saw it. I said that people were wrestling.
Oh, dude. Oh my gosh. Do you have a vivid memory of it, or did you like half block it out, or?
I'm sure it's kind of blocked out. I mean, I remember it happened. I do.
Wow.
But you know, it is what it is. I think I'm all right.
You seem okay.
Oh, you're totally all right, man. Have no doubt at all. You came right through that without hardly a spot on you.
All right, I want to tell my most embarrassing weed story of my life now.
I'm ready.
It's not super long. So I'd been taking a break from cannabis. I was still pretty early in my cannabis career. I was in my early 20s. And I was taking a break to try to get a job because you had to get a drug test to work any menial labor. Like, I think I was trying to get a job at Best Buy. And 420 rolls around. I hadn't smoked for a month, which was at that time the longest I had gone since I had begun. And my roommate Billy, I came home and my roommate Billy was watching Joe Rogan comedy specials and smoking a bunch. And I was like, all right, just tonight, just this once. So I didn't know what a tolerance break was going to do in terms of my reaction to getting stoned. And to sort of accelerate the story here, before I knew it, I found myself locked in the bathroom with an unopened package of Oreos and a jar of peanut butter, with which in maybe 5 minutes of time, I had eaten the whole package of Oreos, dipping each one in peanut butter to the point of throwing it all up because of how fast I crammed so much into my body. And then I kind of came to it and I was like, what am I doing? What just happened?
Wow.
It was pretty bad. And now you guys know one of my worst moments of my whole life.
Dude, thank you for sharing with us because that's really it is
special chance.
embarrassing and scary.
That's how I
But-
cope with being too high, is immediately try to eat as much as I can.
Yeah. I
No,
mean,
it
that's
kills
kinda
the
smart.
high. It definitely kills the high if you do that, you know. So I've done that before. I've eaten to like, oh my God, I have to go to court. What was I thinking? You know, so you go eat a whole bunch and then you almost pass out and like, all right, here we go. We're going to talk to
I'm
the
proud of
judge.
how far I've come in a decade.
Yeah, no, you're doing great.
For real though, I appreciate you. That was
Yeah.
a cute story.
Yeah,
thanks.
absolutely.
So innocent.
You can think of worse things to do. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's the most embarrassing thing. I don't know. I've probably been dumber than I can remember stoned. I just don't remember because how stoned I was. Who knows? I was a pretty heavy user for a long time.
Yeah, me too. My body chemistry changed around the age of 25 or 26 and started giving me terrible panic attacks. And then, so after that, I went through all these processes to get back to where I could smoke on a regular basis, but it was never the same. But prior to that, I used to smoke so heavily and so often that people would literally use me as a way to show off for their friends. They would get the fattest bowl on any device they could find and pack it as full as they could, and then hand it to me and insist that I dust the entire thing in one hit. And I was almost always able to oblige with very little trouble.
Yeah, I used to show off to my friends who smoked because I was the only one who was like a meditator or did breathing practices. So my lung capacity was huge, and I would smoke and hold it in so long that when I exhaled, basically no smoke came out, but I would
Yeah.
like dust the bowl. I'd be like, see, that's how you do it.
Yep. Here, man. Me and you are similar characters in that regard. And I was a heavy metal singer, so of course, yes, I still maintain quite the lung capacity.
You still a heavy metal singer?
Yes, I am. I think you guys, well, I can't say I think. Sometime in the reasonably near future, you're going to have a chance to see because I'm going to start publishing like singing and music stuff.
Can't wait.
Can we get a
Heavy metal, the
cover
magazine?
of the Weaving
No,
Spiders
like
address?
Pantera, Sepultura, Alice in Chains, Megadeth, Metallica.
I heard the other day that Pantera's dad rock.
Hey, guys, the one that said that.
Can I get a 99362?
Oh, Alan's trying to get some metal now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What's the time here? There's a young man asleep inside, possibly. Is it midnight yet? Only 10:30. He'll be all right. So.
You monster vocals. Do the Cookie Monster vocals.
99362. I mean, that's pretty weak. but,
All
yeah.
right.
Nice.
Now I'm gonna get a message from my fiance.
Brutal.
Dad, I know the zip code. What's wrong with you? Trying to sleep here.
I know where we live.
It's good to keep them on their toes, though. I mean, to me, like that kind of stuff, I'm actually holding it in all the time. Jim can testify on my behalf that, like natural, comfortable Sean is kind of tailor-made to make everyone else exceedingly uncomfortable. Testify. And I used to sing in the shop, and I've actually had some of the other employees tell me that they miss it, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I miss your singing, man, because I used to just get comfortable and we'd be making stuff and working hard, busting out the art, and you're just singing along to the radio or whatever. It's a good time. Me and Jim actually have written quite a bit of music together.
You guys want another short dog roll?
Yes.
We want the other story, Rachel. Just kidding. We'd love to hear
That's true.
from
I
Taco.
mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I do want
No,
some
I
Tipper
just said
story.
that to be funny. I like the dog roll. Please read us some dog roll.
I can read that later.
Yeah, if you want. I just like to pretend like we're all just waiting, for the rest of our lives to hear more.
I'm
Not
not
that I don't
pretending
really
about
love it.
that. I'm scared that I missed it somewhere along the line where I had to leave.
Oh, yeah, we
I don't
haven't
think
done
so.
any more, so
No,
I
yeah, I
can
don't
do
think
that.
Okay, good. Thank God.
Maybe I can do that soon, so before you go to sleep, because
It's the one thing that I go back and listen to flow states that I wasn't there for to catch September updates.
Nice.
Aw.
Not that everyone's contributions are worthy, but I'm really
No,
interested
we're allowed
in
to
the
have
adventures.
favorites, man. Yeah.
Actually, I would go back and look for Martin reads too, to be fair.
Yeah.
And Celestine Prophecy reads by Kaylee are that good. I've just read that book a bunch of times.
No, I think
Any of the
think at some
continuing
point-
serialized tales are worth coming back and trying to find where it happened.
I think it's worth go someday to go back and dub them out. They're probably good enough that if we just bring the levels up a little and change them around a little bit, that they're great. And I mean, I'm sure there's other audio of a lot of these things, but it's not us doing it. That makes it special that it's us.
Yeah, buddy.
I don't know if I can even open it.
Okay, I'm muting.
Well, I'll figure that out in a second, but I'll read this really short thing so I can figure out how to get my books to open. The file's like, no. So this one is called Flies. I've been watching flies just for the sake of swatting them. I have observed that flies engage in a number of reprehensible acts. These include necrophilia, cannibalism, eating each other's excrement, and incessant public copulation. It is the final item on this list that disturbs me. I was once informed about this incessant public copulation, IPC, by an infallible guru. He told me IPC was a privilege exclusively reserved for the virtuous. In the afterlife, he stated, the truly righteous shall be rewarded with incessant public copulation. Now, as I've said, this dude was infallible. He spoke only the word of God. He told me so himself. So I've been thinking, when people die and think they've gone to heaven, what if they've actually transmuted into being flies? But of course, with those weird eyes, they would think their antennae were halos and their wings angelic. While fornicating with recently squashed repulsive insects, they might think they're gently, erotically awakening a sleeping angel. While devouring the flesh of their brothers and sisters, perhaps they imagine they're taking little bites of tropical melon. They probably think fly shit is caviar. Since flies have no sense of time, all this seems eternal to them. And God laughs. The end.
Beautiful. That's
Nice.
beautiful.
What is the sound of God's laughter? Is it the clap of thunder?
Maybe. That's Angel's bowling.
I have been working on a sound collage with the theme of angels, aliens, Andromedans, contactee experiences, and trying to make this sound collage not go over 20 minutes. I think I promised at some point that it would never go over 13. The new one is at like 18 minutes. So I couldn't play that tonight. We had to play the Weaving Spiders Welcome Address song by Jim Jam. So maybe Saturday night we'll talk more about alien contact stories or angels, guardian angels, holding guardian angels.
Are you familiar with the band Angels and Airwaves? Tom DeLonge's side project?
Tom DeLonge from Brink 182.
That was a huge inspiration in my band when I was in high school playing bars.
Actually really found a few of their first few albums really uplifting.
Yeah, the original stuff. It was pretty cool.
Like, oh, hey, I need
Horrible live though. He cannot actually sing in real life.
I have heard that. I was actually really mad at my sister.
And also, I think a lot of that the feeling was all the pills he was on because he had had an injury
Oh, yeah.
and got addicted to prescriptions.
I don't have any hate for studio bands. There's something to be said about making music in the studio. Not every singer is going to be a live singer. Not every band wants to play
True.
the same songs 300 times a year on a tour.
Understandably.
No,
But if you
fuck
want to
'em.
go check
I
out my
disagree.
my 17-year-old band's Spotify account, you can hear a song that is very Angels of the Airwaves inspired. But you have to ask me privately. I will not share that publicly.
I was just about to ask
Understandable.
for the link.
Understandable.
It's pretty good though. We had
publicly.
we recorded in a studio and everything.
Yeah.
We had a real sound engineer. They just didn't like the bass guitars. They turned it way down. That was my thing.
Oh, that's just a thing, man. They always do that to the bass player.
They screw
always-
the bass player.
Bass
They do.
boosted.
It's like it's the same as like making jokes that the drummers aren't actual musicians. Like the bass player is not going to be mixed into the music properly live or in recording unless the sound engineer is a bass player.
Yep. Or if you're Obscura and you just have the most epic bass, fretless bass player of all time, and they turn you up.
Yeah. Or like Morphine or Primus, you know. You guys ever
Mhm.
listen to Morphine?
Dream Theater.
Yeah, Dream Theater.
All the witches. They're all about that bass. Super jazzy, bluesy stuff.
Sweet.
Before I start
The most
inking,
famous case is definitely poor old Jason Newsted from Metallica. Like he replaced one of the greatest heavy metal bass players of all time, Cliff Burton, because Cliff Burton tragically died in a bus accident. And then the other members of the band, especially the drummer, conspired to really mix him out of the new album that they wrote. And if you go listen to And Justice and For All by Metallica, you can't hear the bass at all. And of course, I mean, with a metal band like that, it's already hard to mix the bass because the distorted
Ironic
heavy,
name. If there's no justice for the bass player, why would you name it that?
Yeah, well, I mean, Metallica is kind of like the cringiest, hypocritical band of all time in a way. So it's perfect, actually.
I heard there's a new Woke Floyd song.
What's Woke Floyd?
It's the modern iteration of Pink Floyd.
Oh. I wasn't even thinking about those guys maybe still making more music. I know, but I don't know. The drummer's out doing his own thing. Like I don't understand how they could continue to make music, but now I'm gonna have to go check it out. Thank you for saying that.
you guys ready
Yeah,
for some fairy reels?
Ma'am,
I'm
yes,
ready.
ma'am. Please.
All right, this is chapter 8, or no, 7, sorry, called Fairy Reels, in which September enters pandemonium at last and is discovered by the Marquess, while A through L enjoys a lemon ice. Go on, said the Waverary, nudging the girl in the orange dress with his great red nose. Ask. September squinted dubiously. The brass face before her did not move. In fact, it was a brass face hoisted up on a tower of tangled brass hands that seemed to be frozen in the acts of pleading, praying, beseeching, orating, pointing, prodding. They wound around each other until 5 of them fanned out in a kind of finger-fringed flower that held the face aloft. The burnished face had swollen, puffy cheeks, a pursed mouth, and eyes that squinted tightly shut. Its ears flared enormous, larger than its head. Behind the post rose a huge, bustling, and walled city. The sounds from within rumbled indistinctly, as bustle will do. The wall did not look terribly sturdy. It was patchwork, motley colored, a dozen kinds of brocade, and stiff silk and satin and broadcloth, all sewn together with gnarled, ropey yarn, the color of squash, thicker than tree trunks. They stood at a goat hide gate. The switch point, for that's what Elle called it, made a kissing face at them. All around them well-kept lawns wound down to the lapping barley brew, full of gentle little paths and sedate violets nodding pleasantly. A sundial spun its shadow slowly around clusters of yellow peony. Not at all what you might expect from a place called Pandemonium, especially the bird baths and commemorative benches. It looked much more like Hanscombe Park in Omaha than the outskirts of a fairy city. The switchpoint still pursed its lips at them. A sparrow landed on one of its oversized ears and flew away, as though the brass burned its feet. Elle insisted this was the way in. "What shall I ask?" said September, shuffling her feet. "Well, where do you want to go?" Elle stretched his long neck, uncoiling it and yawning, then coiling it up again. "I expect to wherever the Marquess lives." "That's the Briary." "But then, thieves work at night, mostly, and I ought to start acting like a thief if I mean to steal something, so we ought to wait until nightfall, you know. It's easier to be sneaky in the dark." "September, queen among thieves, you will never get into Pandemonium this way. You must have a purpose. You must have business here. Loiterers, oh, lackadaisicals, like rascals, and other menaces might do well in other cities, but they are allergic to Pandemonium, and it is allergic to them. If you don't have business here, that's a capital B and H, you must at least pretend you do with a very firm expression, or else learn to eat violets and converse with sundials. We could go to the municipal library, see your grandfather. September was still deeply unsure about Elle's theory on his parentage. A through L blushed, going all orange in the face. I'm not ready," he cried suddenly. "I haven't had a brush up on my studies. I haven't had my horns waxed or my credentials calligraphied or anything. Tomorrow. We can go tomorrow or maybe next week." "Oh, Elle, don't worry. I think you look fine as you are, and you're quite the smartest beast I've ever known." "But how many beasts have you known?" "Well, there's the leopard and the werewolf. I'm only 12. I think 3 is a very respectable number. Not what you'd call a statistical sampling, though. But it's no matter. Today we ride on the rails of your quest, not mine. I'm not ready. I'm just not." A through L's eyes turned pleading. Tears welled up, bright turquoise, glittering. "Oh, it's all right, Elle, don't cry." September stroked his leathery knee. She turned to the switchpoint and took a deep breath, speaking as loudly and sternly as she could. "Listen, Mr. Brass Ears, I should like to find a place that is cool and shady, somewhere near the Briary, but not too near, where we can rest and laugh and see something wonderful of Pandemonium while we wait for the sun to set." "And lemon ices," whispered Elle. "And where they serve lemon ices," finished September firmly. The switchpoint exhaled with a long, high whistle, its cheeks deflating like spent balloons. Its eyes opened and its ears fluttered. All the hands of the post flexed, made fists, and relaxed again. "Papers?" the switchpoint said in a faint, airy voice. Its eyes were hard brass balls, glinting with judgment. September fished the little green book that Betsy Basilstock had given her out of the inner pocket of the smoking jacket. The jacket was deeply pleased to have kept it safe for her. She held it up so the cherubic little face could examine it. It chuckled imperiously. "Ravished, eh? Haven't seen one of you in a while." The switchpoint looked dubiously at A through L, who scratched at the grass with one enormous claw. "He's my companion, my wyvern," said September hurriedly. She hoped he would not be too offended at being called hers. Do you have a deed for him? The Waverary drew himself up to his full height, which was considerable. True servitude, he said gently, can only be voluntary. Surely you know that. Surely you once chose to stand here and frown at those who wish only to enter the city. Surely you once did something else, sold gloves or frightened children at festivals, and chose this instead. The switchpoint squinted up at him. We're a soldier, we were, it grumbled. The great goat hair gate drew back like a theater curtain. 4 of the hands at the base of the switchpoint post began to work furiously, so fast that the fingers blurred, so that September could not even see them moving. Slowly, a deep scarlet scrap began to spread out from the post, weaving itself as it went, a little brass thumb sliding back and forth like a shuttle. It flowed on, raw, shimmering silk under September's shadowless feet and through the gate, stopped there as if to beckon them onward. September took a step forward. The hands blurred into industry again, and the scarlet path wove swiftly on into pandemonium. It's all right, said Elle confidently as they passed through the gate. I know you didn't mean it about my being yours. The great beast flicked his red tail. But I can be, and you can be mine. And what lovely games we shall have. Isn't it wonderful? Sighed A through L happily as September gaped. Queen Mallow built it this way, years and years ago. Pandemonium spread out around her, a city of cloth. Bright storefronts ran on ahead of them, built with violet crinoline and crimson organdy. Towers wound up in wobbly twists of stiff, shining brocade. Memorial statues wore felt helmets over bombazine faces. High, thin, fuzzy houses puffed out angora doors. Fancy taffeta offices glimmered under the gaze of black lace gargoyles. Even the broad avenue they stood on was a mass of ropey, pumpkin-colored Grossgame. And there, that crooked, creased, ancient leather obelisk must be grown angry tower. The warm wind filled a coppery satin balloon at the tip top of the tower and blew it up into a fine cupola. The woven scarlet path at their feet waited patiently, indulging their country gawking. She couldn't have done it all by herself, gasped September. A through L shrugged. Fierce was her needle, and she wore it like a sword. Wielded it too, brandished even. Woven things are so warm, she said, so kind and homelike. But all that was so terribly long ago. The Marquess would like to change it, of course, turn it all to stone, tied up in brambles. But all the brickwights long ago learned to spin thread and knit alleyways and forgot their old tradition. Even the Marquess cannot have their way all the time. A little sound rustled up from the patient path, something like a cough, if fabric that wove itself could cough. In fact, September noticed a great number of linen paths wound out in front of folks as they hurried past, all of different colors, cobalt and ochre and silver and rose, busily weaving through the side streets and thoroughfares, dodging carriage traffic, buskers squeezing accordions with 4 arms, bakers advertising roasted melons and fresh fennel bouquets for the discerning lover. Pedestrians hoofed and web-footed and 8-legged and more confidently ran after their paths. And on each burlap street corner, a smaller version of their own switch point worked busily away. Their little red path grew even redder as September and Al, embarrassed by it, standing still. September laughed and ran ahead, grinning into the pandemonium sun. The path left leapt up and wove swiftly on, barely missing a lavender crepe streetlight and barreling right through a pair of imps haggling over a bar of green algae. A through L thundered after her, squashing the linen as he bounded down the street, which possessed the name Onion Boar, while all and sundry hurried to get out of his way. The scarlet path led them more or less northish, and though September loved the chase and the smell of broiling maple blossoms and brewing lime liquor, she could not help but notice that every alley and avenue they sped through seemed to point directly at a small, unassuming building covered in wide, fluttering golden flowers, not silk flowers, but real ones, that covered walls and fences of green briars and black thorns. The only house in Pandemonium that grew and lived and was not sown. Something about it glowed strange and baleful. September did not like to look at it. Elle could not help looking, but mercifully the scarlet path stopped short and began unraveling itself backward the way it had come, neatly balling up its excess thread as it went. A rose-colored jacquard building leaned over them, its walls embossed with fine flowers and paisleys and curlicues. A great sign arched over the doorway. In flashing green lights it read, "The Silver Shuttle Nickelodeon." But the green bulbs guttered a little. "Are those electric lights?" asked September. "Of course," said Elle softly, as if in awe of the flickering glow. "Fairyland is a scientific place." "I suppose the Marquess did that too?" "No. In fact, she abhors electricity. The Royal Inventors Society did it. A terrible racket went up for days out of Grongeyer. The lightning sylphs were complicit somehow. They made a mysterious sort of bargain with the glass ghouls and viola electrics. Oh, and voila. Modernity is certainly a fascinating thing. The Marquess said it was wicked, but if we wanted to engage in such unfairy-like behavior, it was our funeral. This is still a brave place, September. In the shadow of the Briery, it defies her. Elle peered into the cool, shadowy lobby, rich with velvet and plush and brass banisters. And they serve lemon ices. September chipped off another pair of her scepter's rubies to gain admission to the film called The Ifrit and the Zeppelin. She passed them over to a friendly young dryad in a red uniform and a small bellhop's cap. September knew she was a dryad because of her hair. Her hair was all shiny, green needles like pine trees, sticking out bushily from beneath her cap. Also because dryad begins with D, and Elle greeted her by praising the distant forest. The dryad's eyes shone silver. She had very plump cheeks and smiled both when September asked for her tickets and she paid her rubies. Shyly, September said, "If you're a dryad, where's your tree? Are you terribly unhappy here, so far from the forest?" The ticket dryad laughed, and the sound of it was a little like rain falling on leaves. "Didn't you know, little love? Film is made with camphor, which is a tree. In the cinnamon family, to be exact, which is large and boisterous and gossipy. I run the projector, and my tree runs through my fingers all day long. Just because a thing is transparent and silvery and comes in big reels doesn't mean it's not a tree." Thankfully, the theater was generous, and the ceiling high, soaring up like the inside of a cathedral. Elle settled comfortably in the rear row, daintily licking his lemon ice. The lights lowered. September leaned forward, munching popped pomegranate seeds from a little striped box. "It's dryad food, really," she thought. "I shall certainly be all right." At home, she loved the movies. She loved sitting in the dark, waiting for something wonderful to begin, especially the tragic and frightening movies in which ladies fainted dead away and monsters roared up out of the dark. like in that cartoon her mother had taken her to see when she was very small, in which the dark-haired princess ran away into the terrible forest and the owls flew at her and pecked at her hands. That was wonderful because the world was suddenly alive and excited and wanted things just the way September herself sometimes wanted things, even if the world seemed mainly not to want Princess bothering it. September had not liked the princess so much either, as she had a high, breathy voice she found deeply annoying. But the owls in the mines and the flashing lights, eyes in the wood, that she had liked. And now she was in the woods, really and truly, with the flashing eyes all around her. What could fairy movies possibly be like? The Associated Pressed Fairy Movable Gazette proudly presents news from around fairyland, announced a pleasant female voice as the screen flickered into life. Oh, geez, thought September, a newsreel. This is what happens when grown-ups run the movies. Can we not skip straight to the dark-haired princess being beset by things? The wedding of Gieth the Jan and Rabab the Merid was celebrated with much pomp on the magnetized Arctic shores today, continued the smooth, sweet announcer. Winches present brood. Oh man. Bouillabaisse, Bouillabaisse. Good luck. Of a long and interesting marriage. 5 children, 1 a mermaid, a friendly sort of unfaithfulness for all involved, and an early death for Gieth, followed by an extended and scandalous widowhood for Rabab. A huge man with skin like desert sand embraced a woman passionately, one flaming hand on her foamy hair, one arm around her sea-slick waist. She wore a dress of anemones that opened and closed. A few similarly wet folk reclined on clouds, applauding, polite and bored. The scene was in black and white, and September slumped back in her chair, impatient for the Ifrit in her Zeppelin. An exhibit of artifacts from the moon opened Sunday at the Municipal Museum. Scientists have discovered that the moon is in fact made of pearl and are even now investigating the method by which it is attached to the firmament and what benefits lunar research might reveal for fairies like you. A proud-looking Spriggan with a thin, curved nose demonstrated how a piece of moon rock could be dissolved in a mysterious solution. He dropped the stone into a crystal beaker with a 3-fingered claw and drank down the draught completely. The scene cut away before any effect might be seen. The Changeling recital at Dandydown Hall went off splendidly last week, featuring an orchestra of violins, oboes, 1 piano, a nickel staff, 2 tubas, a lorelei, and a full grumplephone section. The children played Agnes Buttercream's famous Elegy for a Reindeer and Rock's Egg in D minor. The conductor unwisely chose a rousing encore of Ode to Queen Mallow's Third Fingernail. However, the riot police were called to the scene. A host of children in prim black clothing played their instruments furiously on a stage shaped like a huge oak leaf. They all wore identical shoes, which seemed painfully small and tight on their little feet. Mary Jane's, much like September's. A little piece of sad, gentle music played, sashaying into something brighter and livelier, before 2 unhappy-looking kobolds lifted the conductor unceremoniously off the stage. The goblins seemed far too strong for their slight height. The performance culminated in the righteous punishment of several green-listed musicians who certainly deserved what they got. The same kobolds, or near cousins, hauled several terrified-looking satyrs onto the flickering gray stage and made them stomp their panpipes underfoot. A man in a top hat and mustache brandished a whip menacingly before the scene went dark. And finally, our beloved Marquess has concluded a treaty with the island country of Guyane. bringing prosperity and order to both, we here at the AP extend our praise and adulation to the lovely monarch. On screen, a young girl vigorously shook hands with a large bear. She was tall, but could not have been a day older than September herself. She wore an ornate suit made for her small frame, an embroidered jacket over a fringe bustle. At her neck was a thin, dark tie, like September's father once wore. The girl's hair shone thick and silver in the flickering film, falling to her shoulders in great sausage curls. Most of all, however, September noticed her hat. It was black, or some color that appeared black in the old-fashioned film. It looked a bit like a cake that had fallen over to one side under the weight of peacock and pheasant feathers and chains of jewels that cascaded down from a silk rosette on its flat top. Ribbons, bows, and satin ropes made delicate tears like icing on its body, and the brim was so crisp and perfect, it seemed deathly sharp. The bear wrinkled his muzzle. He did not look pleased. September trembled a little. The Marquess seemed so awfully real. She smiled broadly at the bear and laughed silently as the announcer natted on about the treaty. And suddenly, without warning, the Marquess on screen turned towards the camera, her hand still clutched in the bear's paw. She cocked her head to one side like a curious bird. She blinked and leaned forward, looking directly out into the theater at September. "You," said the Marquess in the announcer's voice. The other patrons twisted to look at September, who froze in terror. "It's you." Elle moved his claw around September's seat protectively. "September," said the movie Marquess slowly, as if pulling each letter from a stubborn cabinet. "You shouldn't be sitting in a theater on such a lovely day. Why don't you go out to play?" Hush. Listening is tired for me. September, if you do not come to the Briery right this very instant, I shall become very cross with you. I'm a very pleasant Marquess, if you are tractable and sweet. September could not move. Her hand clutched the bag of pomegranate seeds so tightly they began to spill out of the top. She felt as though she had been caught doing something awful and black. But she hadn't done anything. Not yet. How could the Marquess know? Where could she hide? "Right now," snarled the Marquess, "you wicked little thief." She beckoned horribly with her ringed finger. The screen crackled and flickered. Silver sparks flew for a moment. And then the Marquess' face disappeared in a little burnt ring, and the theater went suddenly dark. And that's that chapter.
Oh, snap.
That's a freaking cliffhanger.
Indeed.
Wow. I like the part where it's an ode to her third finger.
Fingernail.
Yeah, her third fingernail. That came up in the Vibrant, talking about 3 nails of vav, vav, vav.
That's true.
I love the little detail about the dryad and how the film was her tree because it's made from the tree.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
The whole story is great. Thank you for reading it.
Welcome. Thank you for listening.
The goat.
I loved it, Rachel. I got to bounce so that I don't push through the melatonin and start tripping.
At 11:11.
Hey, it's 12:11 here. Wow. All right. You guys are awesome. Bye-bye. Good night. Much love.
Good night,
kids.
Peace,
Yeah,
brother.
that was the beginning of Chance's countdown to sleep. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Don't worry, it gets slower as you go.
Hey, Lewis, welcome to the Vibe.
Yeah, greetings to you all. How are you doing?
How's
Real
it
good.
going?
Very well, thank you. It's 6:11 a.m. in Nigeria.
Wow.
So how long have you been awake?
Maybe two hours more or less.
I woke up very early this morning here also. I don't always do that, but it seems like the older I get, the earlier I wake up and stay awake.
Well, I actually set my alarm when I moved back to my mother's. I set my alarm for 2 a.m. because I figured out that it's something about going to bed 2 hours before midnight, and then anything after 2 hours after midnight, you're good for the rest of the day.
Interesting. Makes sense, I guess. Oh, what a
Well, good
wonderful,
morning.
ominous silence.
Thank you. Yeah, silence is an anagram for listen, you know.
Nice.
Would you guys like to hear Celestine Prophecy?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm down with
Yeah.
that. Thank you. And that gives me the excuse I need to mute so that when I crush this clay, it doesn't go poppity pop pop.
Yeah, I thought I heard the word
Appreciate
bool
that.
mayonnaise, so I had to go check the pantry to see what the mayonnaise supplies were like.
The mayonnaise supply? Do you have enough pickles and peanut butter and mayonnaise to, last you?
I don't. I'm all out of crystal pickles. I'll eat all those up real quick. And peanut butter, that's always the first thing to go.
I do love quality peanut butter. Okay.
The word was lackadaisical. I wonder if that's a flowery pun. Lackadaisical. These are just the words from Rachel's reading that I was memorizing. Yeah, I still don't know what the boule mayonnaise word was.
Yeah, that one's a rough one. This author does that. She'll just throw in these crazy words. And like, how do you even know that word? Where does that even come from? Oh,
Lackadaisical is a good one, though.
yeah.
Okay. Are you guys ready? I think.
Yes.
Okay. All right. This next chapter is called Engaging the Flow. The two priests walked back to the house, and I spent several more minutes observing the beauty of the mountains in an attempt to gain more energy. Then I lost my focus and drifted absently into a reverie about Will. Where was he? Was he close to finding the ninth insight? I imagined him running through the jungle, the ninth insight in his hands, troops everywhere pursuing. I thought of Sebastian orchestrating the chase. Yet in my daydream, it was clear that Sebastian, even with all his authority, was wrong, that he misunderstood something about the impact the insights would have on people. I felt that someone could persuade him to take a different view if only we could discover what part of the manuscript threatened him so. I mused over this thought. Marjorie popped into my mind. Where was she? I pictured seeing her again. How might that happen? The sound of the front door closing brought me back to reality. I felt weak and nervous again. Sanchez walked around the house towards where I was sitting. His pace was quick, purposeful. He sat down beside me, then asked, "Have you decided what to do?" I shook my head. "You don't look very strong." "I don't feel very strong." "Perhaps you're not being very systematic in the way you build your energy." "What do you mean?" Let me offer you the way that I personally gain energy. Perhaps my method will help you as you create your own procedure. I nodded for him to go on. The first thing I do, he said, is to focus on the environment around me, as I think you do also. Then I try to remember how everything looks when I'm being filled with energy. I do this by recalling the presence everything displays, the unique beauty and shape of everything, especially plants, and the way colors seem to glow and appear brighter. Do you follow me? Yes, I try to do the same thing. Then he continued, I try to experience that feeling of closeness, the feeling that no matter how far away something is, that I can touch it, connect with it, and then I breathe it in. Breathe it in. Did Father John not explain this to you? No, he hadn't. Sanchez appeared confused. Perhaps he intended to come back and tell you about it later. Often he's very dramatic. He walks away and leaves his pupil alone to ponder what he has taught. Then he shows up later at just the right time to add something else to the instruction. I suppose he intended to talk with you again, but we left too quickly. I'd like to hear about it, I said. Do you remember the feeling of buoyancy that you experienced on the ridgetop? Yes. To regain this buoyancy, I try to breathe in the energy with which I have just connected. I had been following along as Sanchez spoke. Just hearing his procedure was increasing my connection. Everything around me had increased in presence and beauty. Even the rocks seemed to have a whitish glow, and Sanchez's energy field was wide and blue. He was now taking deep, conscious breaths, holding each about 5 seconds before exhaling. I followed his example. When we visualize, he said, that each breath pulls energy into us and fills us like a balloon, we actually become more energized and feel much lighter and more buoyant. After several breaths, I began to feel exactly that way. After I breathe in the energy, Sanchez continued, I check to see if I have the right emotion. As I've told you before, I consider this the true measure of whether I am really connected. Are you speaking of love? That's correct. As we discussed at the mission, love is not an intellectual concept or a moral imperative or anything else. It is a background emotion that exists when one is connected to the energy available in the universe, which, of course, is the energy of God. Father Sanchez was gazing at me, his eyes slightly out of focus. There, he said, you've reached it. That's the level of energy you need to have. I'm helping you some, but you are ready to maintain it on your own. Well, what do you mean you're helping me some? Father Sanchez shook his head. Don't worry about that now. You'll learn about it later in the 8th insight. Father Carl walked around the house then and looked at both of us as though pleased. As he approached, he glanced at me. Have you decided yet? The question irritated me. I fought against the resulting loss of energy. Don't fall back into your aloof drama, Carl said. You can't avoid taking a stand here. What are you thinking you need to do? I'm not thinking anything. I said, that's the problem. Are you sure? Thoughts feel different once you get connected with the energy. I gave him a puzzled look. The words you have habitually willed through your head in an attempt to logically control events, he explained, stop when you give up your control drama. As you fill up with inner energy, other kinds of thoughts enter your mind from a higher part of yourself. These are your intuitions. They feel different. They just appear in the back of your mind, sometimes in a kind of daydream or mini vision, and they come to direct you, to guide you. I still didn't quite understand. Tell us what you were thinking when you left, when we left you alone earlier, Father Carl said. I'm not sure I remember it all, I said. Try. I tried to concentrate. I was thinking about Will, I guess, about whether he was close to finding the 9th insight, and about Sebastian's crusade against the manuscript. Well, what else? I was wondering about Marjorie, about what happened to her, but I don't understand how this helps me know what to do. Let me explain, Father Sanchez said. When you have acquired enough energy, you are ready to consciously engage evolution to start it flowing, to produce the coincidences that will lead you forward. You engage your evolution in a very specific way. First, as I said, you build sufficient energy. Then you remember your basic life question, the one your parents gave you, because this question provides the overall context for your evolution. Next, you center yourself on your path by discovering the immediate, smaller questions that currently confront you in life. These questions always pertain to your larger question and define where you currently are in your lifelong quest. Once you become conscious of the questions active in the moment, you always get some kind of intuitive direction of what to do, of where to go. You get a hunch about the next step, always. The only time this will not occur is when you have the wrong question in mind. You see, the problem in life isn't in receiving answers. The problem is in identifying your current questions. Once you get the questions right, the answers always come. After you get an intuition of what might happen next, he continued, then the next step is to become very alert and watchful. Sooner or later, coincidences will occur to move you in the direction indicated by the intuition. Do you follow me? I think I do. So, he continued, don't you think those thoughts of Will and Sebastian and Marjorie are important? Think about why those thoughts are coming now, considering the story of your life. You know that you came out of your family wanting to find out how to make the spiritual life an inwardly self-enhancing adventure, right? Yes. Then, as you grew up, you became interested in mysterious topics. You studied sociology and worked with people, although you didn't yet know why you were doing these things. Then, as you began to wake up, you heard about the manuscript and came to Peru and found the insights one by one, and each has taught you something about the kind of spirituality you seek. Now that you've become clear, you can become super conscious of this evolution by defining your current questions and then watching the answers come. I just looked at him. What are your current questions? He asked. I guess I want to know about the other insights, I said. Especially, I want to know if Will is going to find the 9th insight. I want to know what happened to Marjorie, and I want to know about Sebastian. And what were your intuitions suggesting? And what were your intuitions suggesting about these questions? I don't know. I was thinking of seeing Marjorie again, and of Will running with troops chasing him. What does it mean? Where was Will running? In the jungle. Perhaps it indicates where you should go. Equitas is in the Equitas is in the jungle. What about Marjorie? I saw myself seeing her again. And Sebastian? I fantasized that he was against the manuscript because he misunderstood, that his mind could be changed if one could find out what he was thinking, what exactly he feared about the manuscript. Both men looked at each other in total amazement. What does it mean? I asked. Father Carl replied with another question. What do you think? For the first time since the ridgetop, I was beginning to feel fully energized again and confident. I looked at them and said, I guess it means I should go toward the jungle and try to discover which aspects of the manuscript the church dislikes. Father Carl smiled. Exactly. You can take my truck. I nodded and we walked around to the front of the house where the vehicles were parked. My things, along with a supply of food and water, were already packed in Father Carl's truck. Father Sanchez's vehicle was also packed. I want to tell you this, Sanchez stopped. Remember to stop as often as necessary to reconnect your energy. Stay full. Stay in a state of love. Remember that once you achieve the state of love, nothing nor anyone can pull more energy from you than you can replace. In fact, the energy flowing out of you creates a current that pulls energy into you at the same rate. You can never run out, but you must stay conscious of this process in order for it to work. This is especially important when you interact with other people. He paused. Simultaneously, as if on cue, Father Carl walked closer and said, You have read all but 2 insights, the 7th and 8th. 7 deals with the process of consciously evolving yourself, of staying alert to every coincidence, every answer the universe provides for you. He handed me a small folder. This is the 7th. It is very short and general, he continued, but it talks about the way objects jump out at us, the way certain thoughts come as guidance. As for the 8th, you will find it yourself when the time is right. It explains how we can aid others as they bring us the answers we seek. And further, it describes a whole new ethic governing the way humans should treat each other in order to facilitate everyone's evolution. Why can't you give me the 8th insight now? I asked. Father Carl smiled and put his hand on my shoulder. Because we don't feel we should. We must follow our own intuitions also. You will get the 8th insight as soon as you ask the right question. I told him I understood. Then both priests hugged me and wished me well. Father Carl stressed that we would soon meet again and that I would indeed find the answers I was here to receive. We were all about to board our respective vehicles when Sanchez turned suddenly and faced me. I have an intuition to tell you something. You will learn more about it later. Let your perception of beauty and iridescence lead your way. Places and people who have answers for you will appear more luminous and attractive. I nodded and climbed into Father Carl's truck, then followed them down the rocky road for several miles until we came to a fork. Sanchez waved at the back window as he and Father Carl headed east. I watched them for a moment, then turned the truck north towards the Amazon basin. Water break. Okay. A surge of impatience rose up within me. After making good time for over 3 hours, I now sat at a crossroad, unable to decide between two particular routes. To my left was one possibility. Judging from the map, this road bore north along the edge of the mountains for 100 miles, then turned sharply east towards Iquitos. The other route led to the right and maintained an eastern angle through the jungle to the same destination. I took a deep breath and tried to relax, then quickly checked the rearview mirror. No one was in sight. In fact, I hadn't seen anyone, no traffic, no locals walking in over an hour. I tried to shake off a rush of anxiety. I knew I had to relax and stay connected if I expected to make the right decision. I focused on the scene. The jungle route to my right progressed between a group of large trees. Several huge outcroppings of rock punctuated the ground around them. Most were encircled by large tropical bushes. The other route through the mountains seemed comparatively bare. One tree grew in that direction, but the remainder of the landscape was rocky with very little plant life. I looked to the right again and tried to induce a love state. The trees and bushes were a rich green. I looked to the left and tried the same procedure. Immediately, I noticed a patch of flowering grass that bordered the road. The blades of grass were pale and spotty, but the white flowers viewed together created a unique pattern in the distance. I wondered why I hadn't noticed the flowers earlier. They now seemed to almost glow. I broadened my focus to include everything in that direction. The small rocks and brown patches of gravel seemed extraordinarily colorful and distinct. Hues of amber and violet and even dark red ran through the entire scene. I glanced back to the right to the trees and bushes. Although beautiful, they now paled in comparison to the other route. But how could that be, I thought. Initially, the road to the right seemed more attractive. Glancing back to my left, my intuition strengthened. The richness of shape and color amazed me. I was convinced. I started the truck and headed to the left, sure of the correctness of my decision. The road was bumpy with rocks and ruts. As it bounced along, my body felt lighter. My weight was centered on my buttocks, and my back and neck were straight. My arms were holding the steering wheel, but not resting on it. For 2 hours, I drove without incident, nibbling on the food basket Father Carl had packed, and again seeing no one. The road meandered up and down one small foothill after another. At the top of one hill, I observed 2 older cars parked to my right. They were pulled far off to the side of the road in a stand of small trees. I could see no occupants and assumed the vehicles were abandoned. Ahead, the road turned sharply to the left and circled downward into the wide valley. From the peak, I could see for several miles. I stopped the truck abruptly. Halfway across the valley, 3 or 4 military vehicles sat along both sides of the road. A small group of soldiers stood among the trucks. A chill ran through me. That was a roadblock. I backed off the crest and pulled my vehicle behind 2 large rocks, then got out and walked back to the overlook to again observe the activity in the valley. One vehicle was driving away in the opposite direction. Suddenly, I heard something behind me. I turned around quickly. It was Phil, the ecologist I had met in Vicente. He was equally shocked. "What are you doing here?" he asked as he rushed up to me. "I'm trying to get to Iquitos," I said. His face was filled with anxiety. So are we, but the government's getting crazy over this manuscript. We're trying to decide whether to risk passing through their roadblock. There are 4 of us. He nodded to his left. I could see several men through the trees. Why are you going to Equitas? Oh, why are you going to Equitas? Fuck. I'm trying to find Will. He got separated in Kula, but I heard he might be headed to Equitas looking for the rest of the manuscript. He looked horrified. He shouldn't be doing that. The military has prohibited anyone from having copies. Didn't you hear what occurred at Vicente? Yeah, some, but what did you hear? Wasn't there, but I understand the authorities rushed in and arrested everyone who had copies. All the guests were detained for questioning. Dale and the other scientists were taken away. Nobody knows what happened to them. Do you know why the government is so disturbed about this manuscript? I asked. No, but when I heard how unsafe it was getting, I decided to return to Iquitos for my research data and then leave the country myself. I told him the details of what had happened to Will and myself after leaving Vicente, especially the shooting on the ridgetop. Damn, he said, and you're still fooling around with this thing. His statement jarred my confidence, but I said, look, if we do nothing, the government is going to suppress the manuscript completely. The world will be denied its knowledge, and I think the insights are important. Important enough to die for? He asked. The sound of vehicles attracted our attention. The trucks were driving across the valley towards us. Oh shit, here they come! Before we could move, we heard the sound of vehicles approaching from the other direction as well. They've surrounded us, Phil shouted. He looked panicked. I ran to the truck and dumped the basket of food into a small pack. I took the folders containing the manuscript and placed them in the pack as well, then thought better of it and pushed them under the seat instead. The sounds were growing louder, so I ran across the road to my right in the direction Phil was headed. Down the slope, I could see him and the other men huddled behind a group of rocks. I hid with them. My hope was that the military trucks would pass and keep going. My truck was out of sight. Hopefully, they would think, as I did, that the other cars were abandoned. The trucks approached from the south. The trucks approaching from the south arrived first, and to our horror, stopped even with the vehicles. Don't move, police! A voice shouted. We froze as several soldiers walked up from behind us. All were heavily armed and very cautious. The soldiers searched us thoroughly and took everything, then forced us to walk back to the road. There, dozens of soldiers were searching the vehicles. Phil and his companions were taken and placed in one of the military trucks, which quickly drove away. As he rode past me, I caught sight of him. He looked pale and ghostly. I was led on foot in the opposite direction and asked to sit near the crest of the hill. Several soldiers stood near me, each carrying an automatic weapon on his shoulder. Finally, an officer walked over and tossed the folders containing my copies of Insights on the ground at my feet. On top of them, he threw the keys to Father Carl's truck. Are these copies yours? He asked. I looked at him without answering. These keys were found on you, he said. Inside the vehicle, we found these copies. I ask you again, are they yours? I don't think I'll answer it until I see a lawyer, I stammered. The remark brought a sarcastic smear to the officer's face. He said something to the other soldiers and walked away. The soldiers directed me to one of the jeeps and into the front seat by the driver. 2 other soldiers sat in the back seat, their weapons ready. Behind us, more soldiers climbed aboard a second truck. After a short wait, both vehicles headed north into the valley. Anxious thoughts filled my mind. Where were they taking me? Why did I put myself into this position? So much for the preparation the priest had given me. I hadn't lasted a day. Back at the crossroads, I had been so certain I had chosen the correct road. This route was the one. What was the one most attractive? I was sure of it. Where did I make my mistake? I took a deep breath and attempted to relax, wondering what would happen now. I would plead ignorance, I thought, present myself as a misguided tourist, meaning no harm. I just got mixed up with the wrong people, I would say. Let me go home. My hands were resting in my lap. They were shaking slightly. One of the soldiers sitting behind me offered a canteen of water, and I took it, though I could not drink. The soldier was young, and when I handed the canteen back to him, he smiled without a trace of malice on his face. The image of Phil's panicked look flashed across my mind. What would they do with him? The thought occurred to me. The meeting Philip on the hilltop had been a coincidence. What was its meaning? What could we have talked about had we not been interrupted? As it was, all I did was stress the manuscript's importance, and all he did was warn me about the danger here and counsel me to get out before being captured. Unfortunately, his advice had come too late. For several hours, we rode without anyone speaking. The terrain outside grew progressively more flat. The air warmed. At one point, the young soldier handed me an open can of sea rations, something like beef hash, but again, I couldn't force anything down. After sunset, the light faded quickly. I rode along without thought, staring straight ahead with the truck's headlights. Then I slipped into a restless sleep during which I dreamed of being in flight. I was running desperately from an unknown foe amid hundreds of huge bonfires, certain that somewhere was a secret key that would open the way to knowledge and safety. In the middle of one of the giant fires, I saw the key. I darted in to retrieve it. I jerked awake, sweating profusely. The soldiers glanced at me nervously. I shook my head and leaned back against the truck's door. For a long time, I looked out the side window at the dark shapes of the landscape, fighting the urge to panic. I was alone and under guard, headed into blackness, and no one cared about my nightmares. About midnight, we pulled up to a large, dimly lit building constructed of cut stone and 2 stories high. We walked along a walkway, past the front entrance, and entered a side door. Steps led down to a narrow hall. The inner walls were also of stone, and the ceiling was constructed of large timbers and rough-cut planks. Fairy bulbs hanging from the ceiling lit our way. We walked through another door and then into an area of cells. One of the soldiers who had disappeared caught up with us and opened one of the cell doors and motioned for me to enter. Inside were 3 cots, a wooden table, and a vase of flowers. To my surprise, the cell was very clean. As I walked in, a young Peruvian, no more than 18 or 19 years old, looked at me meekly from behind the door. The soldiers locked the door behind me and walked away. I sat down on one of the cots as the young man reached over and turned up an oil lamp. When the light hit his face, I noticed that he was an Indian. Do you speak English? Oh, I'm not going to try an accent here. I'll butcher it. Yes, some. Where are we? Near Polkapa. Is this a prison? No, everyone is here for questioning about the manuscript. Well, how long have you been here? I asked. He looked up at me with shy brown eyes. 2 months. What have they done to you? They try to make me disbelieve the manuscript and tell about others who have copies. Well, how? By talking to me. Just talking, no threats? Just talking, he repeated. Have they said when they will let you go? No. I paused for a moment and he looked at me questioningly. Were you caught with copies of the manuscript? He asked. Yes. Were you? Yes. I live here in an orphanage. My headmaster was teaching from the manuscript. He allowed me to teach the children. He was able to escape, but I was captured. How many insights have you seen? I asked. All that have been found, he said. You? I've seen all but the 7th and 8th insights. I had the 7th, but I didn't get a chance to read it before the soldiers showed up. The young man yawned and asked, Can we sleep now? Yeah, sure. I laid on my cot and shut my eyes, my mind racing. What should I do now? How had I let myself be caught? Could I escape? I concocted several strategies and scenarios before I finally drifted off to sleep. Again, I dreamed vividly. I was searching for the same key, but this time I was lost in a deep forest. For a long time, I had been walking aimlessly, wishing for some sort of guidance. After a while, a huge thunderstorm came and flooded the landscape. During the deluge, I was washed down a deep ravine and into a river which was flowing in the wrong direction and threatening to drown me. With all my might, I fought against the current, struggling for what seemed like days. Finally, I was able to pull myself from the torrent by clinging to the rocky shoreline. I climbed up the rocks and along the sheer cliff that bordered the river, ascending higher and higher into ever more treacherous areas. Although I had summoned all my willpower and expertise to negotiate the cliffs, at one point I found myself clinging perilously to the rock face, unable to proceed any further. I looked down at the terrain behind me. In shock, I realized that the river I had been fighting flowed out of the forest and gently up to a beautiful beach and meadow. In the meadow, surrounded by flowers, was the key. Then I slipped and fell screaming down and down until I hit the river and sank. I sat up quickly in my cot, gasping for air. The young Indian, apparently already awake, walked over me. "What is wrong?" he asked. I caught my breath and looked around, realizing where I was. I also noticed that the room had a window and that it was already light outside. "Just had a bad dream," I said. He smiled at me as though he was pleased at what I said. "Bad dreams have the most important messages," he commented. "Messages?" I asked, getting up and putting on my shirt. He looked embarrassed at having to explain. "The seventh insight talks of dreams," he said. "What does it say about dreams?" "It tells how to interpret dreams." "Yes." "What does it say about that?" "It says to compare the story of the dream to the story of your life." I thought for a moment, unsure of what the instruction meant. "What do you mean, compare stories?" The young Indian could barely look me in the eye. "Do you want to interpret your dream?" I nodded and told him what I had experienced. He listened intently, then said, "Compare parts of the story, with your life." I looked at him. Where do I start? "At the beginning." "What are you doing at the beginning of the dream?" "I was searching for a key in a forest." "How did you feel?" "Lost." "Compare this situation to your real situation." Maybe it does relate," I said. "I'm looking for some answers about this manuscript, and I'm damn sure feeling lost." "And what else is happening to you in real life?" "I've been caught. In spite of everything I tried to do, I've been locked up. All I can hope for now is to talk someone into letting me go back home." So you are struggling against being caught?" "Of course." "What happened next in the dream?" "I fought against the current." "Why?" he asked. I began to pick up on where he was headed. Because at the time I thought it would drown me." "And if you hadn't fought the water?" "It would have carried me to the key." "What are you saying? That if I don't fight against the situation, that I might still get the answers I want?" He looked embarrassed again. "I'm not saying anything. The dream is saying." I thought for a moment. Was this interpretation correct? The young Indian looked up at me, then asked, "If you had to experience the dream again, what would you do different?" "I wouldn't resist the water, even though it looked as though it might kill me. I would know better." "What is threatening you now?" "I guess the soldiers being detained." "So what is the message to you?" "You think the message of the dream is to look at this capture positively?" He didn't answer. He only smiled. I was sitting on my cot, leaning back against the wall. The interpretation excited me. If it was accurate, it would mean that I hadn't made a mistake at the crossroads after all, that this was all part of what should be happening. "What is your name?" I asked. "Pablo," he said. I smiled and introduced myself, then briefly told him the story of why I was in Peru and what had happened. Pablo was sitting on his cot, his elbows resting on his knees. He had short, black hair and was very thin. "Why are you here?" he asked. "To find out about this manuscript," I replied. "Why specifically?" he asked again. "To find out about the seventh insight and to find out about some friends, Will and Marjorie. And I guess to find out why the church is so against the manuscript." "There are many priests here to talk to," he said. I thought about his statement for a moment, then asked, "What else does the seventh insight say about dreams?" Pablo told me that dreams come to tell us something about our lives that we are missing. Then he said something else, but instead of listening, I started to think about Marjorie. I could see her face clearly in my mind, and I wondered where she might be. Then I saw her running up to me, smiling. Suddenly, I became aware that Pablo was no longer talking. I looked over at him. "Sorry, my mind was wandering," I said. "What were you saying?" "That is all right," he replied. "What were you thinking about?" "Eh?" "Just a friend of mine. It was nothing." He looked as though he wanted to press the question, but someone was approaching the cell door. Through the bars, we could see a soldier sliding back the bolt lock. "Time for breakfast," Pablo said. The soldier opened the door and motioned with his head for us to walk into the hall. Pablo led the way down the stone corridor. We proceeded to a stairway and up one flight of stairs to a small dining area. 4 or 5 soldiers stood at the corner of the room while several civilians, 2 men and a woman, waited in line to be served. I stopped, not believing my eyes. The woman was Marjorie. Simultaneously, she saw me and covered her mouth with her hands. Her hand, oh God, her eyes opening wide with surprise. I glanced at the soldier behind me. He was walking towards the other military men in the corner, smiling nonchalantly and saying something in Spanish. I followed Pablo as he led us across the room and to the end of the line. Marjorie was being served. The two other men took their trays to a table talking. Several times, Marjorie glanced over and met my eyes, struggling not to say anything. After the second glance, Pablo guessed that we knew each other and looked at me questioningly. Marjorie carried her food to a table. After being served, we walked over and sat with her. The soldiers were still talking amongst themselves, seemingly oblivious to our movements. God, I'm glad to see you, she said. How did you get here? I hid for a while with some priests, I replied. Then I left to find Will and was captured yesterday. How long have you been here? Since they found me on the ridge, she said. I noticed Pablo was looking at us intensely, and I introduced him to Marjorie. I guess that this must be Marjorie, he said. They talked briefly, then I asked Marjorie, what else happened? Oh, not much, she said. I don't even know why I'm being detained. Every day I've been taken to one of those priests or one of the officers for questioning. They want to know who my contacts were at Vicente and if I knew where any other copies were over and over again. Marjorie smiled and looked vulnerable when she did. I felt another strong attraction to her. She looked at me sharply out of the corner of her eyes. We both laughed quietly. A period of silence followed as we ate our food. Then the door opened and in walked a priest, dressed formally. He was accompanied by a man appearing to be a high-ranking military officer. That's the head priest, Pablo said. The officer said something to the soldiers, who had snapped to attention, and then he and the priest walked across the room towards the kitchen. The priest looked directly at me, our eyes meeting for a long second. I looked away and took a bite of food, not wanting to attract attention. Both men continued through the kitchen and out a door there. Was that one of the priests you've talked to? I asked Marjorie. No, I've never seen him. I know that priest, Pablo said. He arrived yesterday. His name is Cardinal Sebastian. I sat up straight. Oops, sorry. I sat up straight. That was Sebastian? It sounds like you've heard of him, Marjorie said. I have, I replied. He's the main person behind the church's opposition to the manuscript. I thought he was at Father Sanchez's mission. Who's Father Sanchez? Marjorie said. I was about to tell her when the soldier who had escorted us walked over to the table and motioned for Pablo and me to follow. Time for exercise, Pablo said. Marjorie and I looked at each other. Her eyes revealed an inner anxiety. Don't worry, I said. I'll talk to you at the next meal. Everything will be fine. As I walked away, I wondered if my optimism was realistic. These people could make any of us disappear without a trace at any time. A soldier guided us into a short hall and through a door that led to an outside stairway. We walked down to a side yard, which was surrounded by a tall rock wall. The soldier stood by the entrance. Pablo nodded for me to walk with him around the borders of the yard. As we walked, Pablo bent down several times to pick up some of the flowers growing in beds by the wall. So what else does the seventh insight say? I asked. He bent down and picked another flower. It says that not only dreams guide us, also thoughts or daydreams guide us. Yes, Father Carl said that. Tell me how daydreams guide us. They show us a scene, a happening, and this is an indication that this event might happen. If we pay attention, then we can be ready for this turn in our lives. I looked at him. You know, Pablo, an image came to me that I would run into Marjorie. Then I did. He smiled. A chill went up my spine. I must indeed be in the right place. I had intuited something that had come true. I had thought several times of finding Marjorie again, and now it had happened. The coincidences were taking place. I felt lighter. I don't have thoughts like that happen very often, I said. Pablo looked away and then said, the seventh insight says that we all have many more such thoughts than we realize. To recognize them, we must take an observer position. When a thought comes, we must ask why. Why did this particular thought come now? How does it relate to my life questions? Taking this observer position helps us release our need to control everything. It places us in the flow of evolution. But what about negative thoughts? I asked. Those fear images of something bad happening, such as someone we love getting hurt, or of not achieving something the way we want. Very simple, Pablo said. The seventh insight says that fear images should be halted as soon as they come. Then another image, one with a good outcome, should be willed through the mind. Soon, negative images will almost never happen. Your intuitions will be about positive things. When negative images come after that, the manuscript says they should be taken very seriously and not followed. For instance, if the idea comes to you that you're going to have a wreck in a truck and someone comes along and offers you a ride in a truck, then do not accept it. We had come full circle in our walk around the courtyard and were approaching the guard. Neither of us talked as we passed him. Paula picked a flower and I took a deep breath. The air was warm and humid, and the plant life outside the wall was dense and tropical. I had noticed several mosquitoes. Come, the soldier suddenly called out. He prodded us inside and down to our cell. Pablo entered ahead of me, but the soldier put up his arm and blocked my way. Not you, he said. Then he nodded for me to walk down the hallway and up the other steps and outside the same door we had entered the night before. In the parking lot, Father Sebastian was entering the back seat of a large car. A driver shut the door behind him. For an instant, Sebastian looked at me again. Then he turned and said something to the driver. The car sped away. The soldier nudged me towards the front of the building. We walked inside and into an office. I was directed to sit in a wooden chair across from a white metal desk. Within minutes, a small, sandy-haired priest of about 30 entered and sat at the desk without acknowledging my presence. He looked through a file for a full minute, then looked up at me. His round, gold-rimmed glasses produced an intellectual appearance. You've been arrested with illegal state documents, he said matter-of-factly. I'm here to help determine whether prosecution is in order. I would appreciate your cooperation. I nodded. Where did you get the translations? I don't understand, I said. Why would copies of an old manuscript be illegal? The government of Peru has its reasons. Please answer the question. Why is the church involved? I asked. Because the manuscript contradicts the traditions of our religion. It misrepresents the truth of our spiritual nature. Where? Look, I said, interrupting. I'm just trying to understand this. I'm just a tourist who got interested in this manuscript. I'm a threat to no one. I only want to know why it's so alarming. He looked puzzled, as if trying to decide the best strategy for dealing with me. I was consciously pressing for details. The church feels the manuscript is confusing to our people, he said, carefully. It gives the impression that people can decide on their own how to live without regard to the scriptures. Which scriptures? The commandment to honor thy mother and thy father, for one. What do you mean? The manuscript blames problems on parents, undermining the family. I thought it spoke of ending old resentments, I said, and finding a positive view of our early life. No, he said. It is misleading. There should never have been a negative feeling to begin with. Well, why can't parents be wrong? Parents do the best they can. Children must forgive them. But isn't that what the manuscript is clarifying? Doesn't forgiveness take place when we see the positive about our childhoods? His voice rose with anger. But from what authority does this manuscript speak? How can it be trusted? He walked around the desk and stared down at me, still angry. You don't know what you're talking about, he said. Are you a religious scholar? I think not. You're direct evidence of the kind of confusion this manuscript evokes. Don't you understand that there is an order to the world only because of law and authority? How can you question the authorities in this matter? I said nothing, which seemed to infuriate him even more. Let me tell you something, he said. The crime you have committed is punishable by years in prison. Have you ever been to a Peruvian prison? Does your Yankee curiosity yearn to find out what our prisons are like? I can arrange that. Do you understand? I can arrange that. He put his hands over his eyes and paused, taking a deep breath, obviously trying to calm down. I'm here to find who has copies, where they're coming from. I will ask you one more time. Where did you get your translations? His outburst had filled me with anxiety. I was making my situation worse with all my questions. What might he do if I failed to cooperate? Still, how could I implicate Father Sanchez and Father Carl? I need some time to think before I answer you, I said. Momentarily, he looked as if he might fly into another rage. Then he relaxed and looked very tired. I will give you until tomorrow morning, he said, motioning for the soldier standing in the doorway to take me away. I followed the soldier back down the hall and directly to the cell. Without saying anything, I walked over and lay down on my cot, feeling exhausted myself. Pablo was looking out the barred window. Did you talk to Father Sanchez? He asked. No, it was another priest. He wanted to know who gave me the copies I had. What'd you say? Nothing. I asked for time to think, and he gave me until tomorrow. Did he say anything about the manuscript? Pablo asked. I looked into Pablo's eyes, and this time he did not lower his head. He talked a little about how the manuscript undermines traditional authority, I said. Then he started raving and threatening me. Pablo looked genuinely surprised. Did he have brown hair and round glasses? Yes. His name is Father Costas, Pablo said. What else did you say? I disagreed with him on whether the manuscript undermines tradition, I replied. He threatened me with prison. Do you think he meant that? I don't know, Pablo said. He walked over and sat on his cot across from me. I could tell he had something else on his mind, but I was too tired and scared. But I was so tired and scared that I closed my eyes. When I awoke, Pablo was shaking me. Time for lunch, he said. We followed a guard upstairs and were served a plate of grizzly beef and potatoes. Gristly beef. Sorry. The two men who we saw earlier came in after us. Marjorie wasn't with them. Where's Marjorie? I asked them, trying to whisper. The two men looked horrified that I would speak to them, and the soldiers stared at me intensely. I don't think they speak English, Pablo said. I wonder where she is. Pablo said something in response, but again, I wasn't listening. I suddenly felt like running away and was picturing myself fleeing down a street of some kind, then ducking through a doorway to freedom. What are you thinking about? Pablo said. I was fantasizing about escape, I said. What were you saying? Wait, Pablo said. Don't dismiss your thought. It may be important. What kind of escape? I was running down an alley or a street, then through a doorway. I got the impression I was successfully escaping. What do you think of this image? Pablo said. I don't know. It didn't seem to be logically connected to what we were talking about. Do you remember what we were talking about? Yes, I was asking about Marjorie. You don't think there's a connection between Marjorie and your thought? I mean, not an obvious link I can think of. Well, what about a hidden link? I can't see a connection. How could escaping be related to Marjorie? Do you think she escaped? He looked thoughtful. Your thought was of you escaping. Oh, yeah, that's right, I said. Maybe I'm going to escape without her. I looked at him. Maybe I'm going to escape with her. That would be my guess, he said. But where is she? I don't know. We finished eating without talking. I was hungry, but the food seemed too heavy. For some reason, I felt tired and sluggish. My hunger left me quickly. I noticed Pablo wasn't eating either. I think we should go back to the cell, Pablo said. I nodded and he motioned for the soldier to take us back. When we arrived, I stretched out on my cot and Pablo sat looking at me. My God, this chapter's long. Your energy seems down, he said. It is, I replied. I'm not sure what is wrong. Are you trying to take in energy? I guess I haven't, I replied. And that food does not help. But you don't need much food if you're taking everything in. He swept his arm in front of him to emphasize everything. I know, it's hard for me to get the whole love flowing in a situation like this. He looked at me quizzically. But not to do so is to harm yourself. What do you mean? Your body's vibrating at a certain level. If you let your energy get too low, your body suffers. That is the relationship between stress and disease. Love is the way we keep our vibration up. It keeps us healthy. It is that important. All right, give me a few minutes, I said. I practiced the method Father Sanchez had taught me. Immediately, I felt better. The objects around me stood out with presence. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the feeling. That's good, he said. I opened my eyes and saw him smiling broadly at me. His face and body were still boyish and immature, but his eyes now seemed full of wisdom. I can see the energy coming into you, he said. I could detect a slight field of green around Pablo's body. The new flowers he had placed in the vase on the table seemed radiant. To grasp seven insight and truly enter the movement of evolution, he said, one must pull all the insights into one way of being. I didn't say anything. Can you sum up how the world has changed for you as a result of the insights? I thought for a moment. I guess I've woken up and seen the world as a mysterious place that provides everything we need if we get clear and get on the path. Then what happens? He asked. Then we're ready to begin the evolutionary flow. And how do we engage this process? I thought for a moment. By keeping our current life questions firmly in mind, I said, and then watching for direction, either in a dream or an intuitive thought or in the way the environment illuminates and jumps out at us. I paused again, trying to pull the whole insight together, then added, we build our energy and center ourselves in our situations and the questions we have. Then we receive some form of intuitive guidance, an idea of where to go or what to do, and then coincidences occur that allow us to move in that direction. Yes, yes, Pablo said, that is the way. And each time these coincidences lead us into something new, we grow, we become fuller persons existing at a higher vibration. He leaned towards me, and I noticed the incredible energy around him. He was beaming, no longer appearing shy or even young. He seemed full of power. Pablo, what has happened to you? I asked. Compared to when I first met you, you seem more confident and knowledgeable and full somehow. He laughed. When you first came, I had allowed my energy to dissipate. At first, I thought that you might be able to help me with my energy flow, but I realized that you haven't learned to do that yet. That ability is learned in the 8th insight. I was puzzled. What was it that I didn't do? You must learn that all the answers that mysteriously come to us really come from other people. Think about all that you have learned since you have been in Peru. Haven't all the answers come to you through the actions of other people you mysteriously met? I thought about it. He was right. I had met just the right people at just the right time. Charlene, Dobson, Will, Dale, Marjorie, Phil, Renault, Father Sanchez, and Father Carl, and now Pablo. Even the manuscript was written by a person, Pablo added. But not all the people you meet will have the energy or the clarity to reveal the message they have for you. You must help them by sending them energy. He paused. You told me of learning to project your energy toward a plant by focusing on its beauty, remember? Yes. Well, you do exactly the same thing towards a person. When the energy goes into them, it helps them see their truth. Then they can give this truth to you. Father Costas is an example, he continued. He had an important message for you, which you did not help him reveal. You tried to demand answers from him, and that created a competition between you and him for energy. When he felt that, his childhood drama, his intimidator, took over the conversation. What was I supposed to have said? I asked. Pablo didn't answer. Again, we heard someone at the cell door. Father Costas entered. He nodded at Pablo, a slight smile on his face. Pablo smiled broadly, as if he actually liked the priest. Father Costas shifted his gaze to me, his face becoming stern. Anxiety gripped my stomach. Cardinal Sebastian is asked to see you, he said. You will be transported to Iquitos this afternoon. I would advise you to answer all his questions. Why does he want me? I asked. Because the truck you were caught with belongs to one of our priests. We are assuming you received your copies of the manuscript from him. For one of our own priests to disregard the law is very serious. He looked at me with determination. I glanced at Pablo, who nodded for me to continue. You think that the manuscript is undermining your religion? I asked Costas gently. He looked at me with condescension. Not just our religion, everyone's religion. Don't you think there's no plan for this world? God is in control. He assigns our destiny. Our job is to obey the laws set forth by God. Evolution is a myth. God created the future the way he wants it. To say humans can make themselves evolve takes the will of God out of the picture. It allows people to be selfish and separate. They think that their evolution is the important thing, not God's plan. They will treat each other even worse than they do now. I couldn't think of another question. The priest looked at me for a moment, then said almost kindly, I hope you will cooperate with Cardinal Sebastian. He turned and looked at Pablo, obviously proud of the way he had handled my questions. Pablo only smiled at him and nodded again. The priest walked out, and a soldier locked the door behind them. Pablo leaned forward on his cot and beamed at me, his demeanor still completely transformed, confidence on his face. I looked at him for a moment and smiled. What do you think happened just now? He asked. I struggled for humor. I found out I'm in more trouble than I thought. He laughed. What else occurred? I'm not sure what you're getting at. What were your questions when you arrived here? I wanted to find Marjorie and Will. Well, you found one of them. What was your other question? I had a sense that the priests were against the manuscript, not out of malice, but because they misunderstood. I wanted to know what they were thinking. For some reason, I had the idea they could be talked out of their opposition. After saying this, I suddenly understood what Pablo was leading to. I had met Costas here now so that I could find out what had bothered him about the manuscript. What was the message you received? He asked. The message? Yes, the message. I looked at him. It's the idea of participating in evolution that bothers them, isn't it? Yes, he said. That would figure, I added. The idea of physical evolution is bad enough, but to extend the idea to everyday life, to the individual decisions we make, to history itself, that's unacceptable. They think humans will run amok with this evolution that relates between people. That relations between people will degenerate. No wonder they want to see the manuscript suppressed. Could you convince them otherwise? Pablo asked. No, I don't know enough myself. What would it take for someone to be able to convince them? One would have to know the truth. One would have to know how humans would be treating each other if everyone was following the insights and evolving. Pablo appeared pleased. What? I asked, smiling along with him. How humans will act towards each other is the very next insight, the 8th. Your question of why the priests were against the manuscript has been answered, and the answer in turn has evolved into another question. Yes, I said deep in thought. I've got to find the 8th. I've got to get out of here. Don't go too fast, Pablo cautioned. You must make sure you fully grasp the 7th before you go further. Do you think I grasp it? I asked. Am I staying in the flow of evolution? You will, he said, if you remember to keep your questions always in mind. Even people who are still unaware can stumble into answers and see coincidences in retrospect. The 7th insight occurs when we can see these answers as they arrive. It heightens everyday experience. We must assume every event has significance and contains a message that somehow pertains to our questions. This especially applies to what we used to call bad things. The 7th insight says that the challenge is to find the silver lining in every event, no matter how negative. You first thought that being captured had ruined everything, but now you can see that you were supposed to be here. This is where your answers were. He was right. But if I was to receive answers here and evolving to a higher level, but he was right. But if I was receiving answers here and evolving to a higher level, then Pablo must certainly be doing the same thing. Suddenly, we heard someone coming down the hall. Pablo looked directly at me, a serious look on his face. Listen, remember what I told you. The 8th insight is next for you. It is about the interpersonal ethic, a way of treating other people so more messages are shared. But remember not to go too fast. Stay centered in your situation. What are your questions? I want to find out where Will is, I said, and I want to find the 8th insight, and I want to find Marjorie. And what was your guiding intuition concerning Marjorie? I thought for a moment. That I would escape, that we would escape. We could hear someone right outside the door. Did I bring you a message? Asked Pablo hurriedly. Of course, he said. When you arrived, I didn't know why I was here. I knew I had something to do with communicating the 7th insight, but I doubted my ability. I didn't think that I knew enough. Because of you, he said. Now I know I can. That was one of the messages that you brought to me. Was there another? Yes. Your intuition that the priest can be convinced to accept the manuscript is a message for me also. It makes me think I'm here to convince Father Costas. As he finished speaking, a soldier opened the door and motioned for me. I looked at Pablo. I want to tell you one of the concepts the next insight talks about, he said. The soldier glared at him and took my arm, ushering me out of the door and closing it. As I was led away, Pablo stared through the bars. The eighth insight warns against something, he called out. It warns against your growth being stopped. It happens when you become addicted to another person. And end of chapter.
Ooh, good job. Thank you. That was long.
Yeah, that was kind of a cliffhanger too.
Right? Yeah, that was a.
And your
Yeah,
version
thinking.
of the priest in charge is par excellence. That can't be beat. The coolest fucking thing I've heard all week. It's so awesome.
I was like, how do I make him nasally and stuck up? Okay, go. I can do
Perfect.
that.
Nailed it.
I can still see him stomping around being a fucking religious zealot in my mind.
A big child. Yep. Oh man.
God is in charge just like me.
Yeah. Respect my authority.
That's right.
Okay, Bartman.
Yeah, that was a long one, guys. The break for that one was so early in the chapter. And then I was like, well, I'm not stopping now.
That was awesome,
Well done.
Kaylee.
You did great. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks
That
for
was a
sticking
lot
it
of
out
reading.
with me.
How's everyone doing on their artwork tonight?
I know.
I'm doing
Making a
pretty
lot of
good. I got
progress.
something I got to share with everybody.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is so weird. I'm working on an anagram, a very big anagram. I like my anagrams little and simple, but I've been working on a great big one. So somebody sent me the original Oz book. That's the top title on the book is the original Oz book. And then, of course, the title, The Wizard of Oz. So I've taken all of those letters
Oh boy.
and I've made a very long anagram.
Oh boy.
Zion dog, wise to Kabbalah Zephyroth door.
Whoa.
Sephiroth.
And that is tripping me out because it's Toto that pulls the curtain.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's crazy that it works. It's really good, man.
Zion dog, wise to Kabbalah Zephyroth door.
Have you plugged that into a gematria calculator? What are the values?
I haven't done that yet. That's going to be tomorrow's project.
That'll be a fun one. Sure.
Yeah. But I'm gonna call it. I gotta get to sleep. I'm fading.
Mm-hmm.
Much love, everybody.
Good night, brother.
Good night, dear sir. You are a gentleman
see
and
you
a
soon.
scholar.
Oh, thank you so
Literally.
kindly.
Much love, my friend.
Much love, everyone. Great reads all around. Cliffhangers. I love the cliffhangers. Can't wait till next week.
Right? Good night, buddy.
All right, peace, y'all.
Got some progress to show you here on a screen share. During Kaylee's read, I'm working on getting the design on some items. Here's a apron.
Oh,
Can you see that full screen there?
$21.51. That's a nice deal.
I like the way that the brain is got a bisection. You lose a little piece of your brain to the left armpit there.
Yeah.
That's the collective.
There's
You'll be cooking up sinks in no time with this apron.
all right, so zoomers wear our gear as well. Here's the same thing happened with the size of it. I have it on a square, and then it's still.
Yeah, it actually seems like a
There's-
theme. Like the brain always seems to bleed to the edge, as I say, bleed, brain bleed.
It
Yeah.
Won't let you
I don't
move
know
it.
if I like that or not, so I'm showing it to you for some feedback. Here's another version of
I think
it,
it's
which
all
is
right.
centered and small.
A little one. Interesting.
Yeah, little zoomer wearing a fine
Yeah,
line.
to me, that one's almost too small, but in a way, that makes it good too, because it makes people. That's for the people that want someone to approach their shirt.
Just not
It
the
also
V-neck part. The V-neck is a no-go.
Yeah, there's
I
that's
like the
the
V.
thing with Redbubble is they offer it on all these different products,
Hmm.
and you can change the color. So if you put it on white, well, you're probably not going to see anything. Maybe a gray could work because it has a transparent background. Now, if I were to put it on a black square, so if you see on the left here where it's on transparent, if it were to be on a black square, then you'd have a black square, and you can print it on anything because it would be a black square. But I don't want it to print a black square, especially if it's on black. So then you're printing black ink on a black shirt. It just I didn't like
Yeah,
the
it probably won't be
way it turned
very
out.
visible.
Well, it just makes a big black square, and some of the inks can be a little stiff depending on what the process is.
Will Redbubble not let you move the image around? Is it dead center every time?
Well, the way they have it set is you upload an image and it puts that image on a bunch of different stuff.
Right.
So you need to go in and customize it so that each design is not one size fit all from one image. And then they have these models wearing the transparent design there.
I like that shirt. That one looks comfy.
And that's the same shirt. That's the what is it? The active shirt, I think.
Oh. What if you put it on the back and make it like large on the back and then like kind of put something on the left, like where a pocket would
You
usually be?
choose where to print
Yeah,
it. So
asymmetry.
you could go back on the active shirt, and then here she is wearing it on
Oh, that's cool.
but then there's nothing on the front. So I don't know if we're learning Redbubble. I don't know if they have printing front and back is probably not an option since it's a print on demand. If you wanted a front and back, that's going to increase the work and the price of the product. But you could have it just printed on the back, determined by you if you choose front or back. Some shirts and products come in different colors, so you could go put it on purple, put it on the back, active t-shirt. Here it is on a dude being real active. Here it's on a model there being real active.
Super active.
And of course, it's not actually printed on the shirt she's wearing. It's a transparent PNG file put over a stock image of a model holding her leg up in the air like she's real active.
They scaled it well. Looks
Yeah.
legit.
Oh, hey man, where's your design? Oh, you got to put it on the front of your shirt. Okay, there it is. There it is. So there's lots of
Like he got caught doing
Little-
something. He sneaking in the cookie
tweak.
jar.
little tweaks, all the designs here. And do you want the brain to show up right over to the breast or the nipple? Do you want it to be kind of chipped off? This is why it's such a slow, grueling process to get it right. But smart people can probably find these on Redbubble now and play with the designs. And if they happen to order them, I wouldn't be angry about it. But we are cautioning people to maybe be advised and wait till we do a little bit more work on it for you, so you don't have to figure this stuff out for yourself. And we want everyone to be happy with what it is. So we have other designs too.
I like that one.
These are the thicker white lines, which is transparent background, white ink only. And then you get something like this, and it seems to fit the design better.
Mm.
Yeah, agreed.
I do like the apron though. That's cool.
Yeah.
Does it have
Right.
pockets?
On the front, I guess I'd have to look at the description of the product and see if it
Pockets.
says so. Does it have a pocket on the front?
It's one of the most important questions in the world.
It's an all-over sublimation
Does
print.
it have pockets?
100% polyester pockets. Doesn't say pockets.
Are they acceptable?
That feeling when someone's notifications are on and every time you enter a message on Telegram, you're busted.
It's you.
That does happen.
And I'm like, God, I thought I had everyone on mute right now.
Not every single one is me, but several of them were. And I was like, oh shit.
Set my notification sounds to bird sounds, and I worked outside.
How was that?
That would have been great.
Where is that blue-footed booby sound coming from?
Sorry, that one was me.
Wonder what game Emma's playing.
Animal Crossing. I'm trying to help my niece and nephew play this game, so I'm trying to get them a lot of money so they could just pay off their mortgage. And then,
Okay.
yeah, because they don't want to do it, and I don't blame them because this game is ridiculous. It's not as easy as it was on the GameCube when I was a kid. And the only way to convince my niece and nephew to keep playing is if I help them.
Do you need to have a Nintendo Online account or something to play that?
I don't think you need to have one, but I have one. I think it's like $3 a month.
Okay, so there are additional features, but it's not a requirement.
Yeah, I don't think you need it. I just got it too because I play Legend of Zelda a lot and I needed it for something like last year.
Mm-hmm. Do they still have the design element where you can create a pattern?
Yeah. I made a lot of really funny ones over the years. Someone made a QR code, and when you scan a QR code, it takes you to YouTube videos.
Oh.
And it's the funniest thing on the planet because one of the videos is what's the thing where back in the day, like you click on the video and you get trolled and it's
Rickrolled.
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's great. That's
then-
dedication to the cause.
Thank you, Lacey Mariposa, for joining us tonight.
And then there was another QR code where someone did where it's like that one Vine where that girl was like dancing and she turns around and she has like crazy braces and tiny like toddler glasses on. And it had like the weird music.
Is that a
And it
Katy
was-
Perry this Friday night?
No, oh God, no. I can't remember. Let me see if I can find it. It's on my phone somewhere. It's like one of my favorite Vines from back in the day.
Oh, Vines.
I miss Vine.
Yeah. Animal Crossing.
I designed 30 things. Animal Crossing right now. I'll show you that which one. Oh God. Okay.
I have some takeaways from Dr. Boarding from the book you were reading.
Sure.
There's a word in the word intuition. I find it very interesting because
Your volume's a little low tonight, Yandor.
has tuition in it. So and so why is it that if the reward for freedom is its own, if the what do you call it now? When you have freedom, you'll be expecting a plaque, a plaque or an award for it. But it's freedom. Freedom is its own reward. So when you talk about priests and how, because in Nigeria there's a musician who said that the pastor is the one who is most respected and he does very bad things. So if the priests are high, do not want the people to be led by themselves, but by a script, whether it's manuscript or a scripture, there's a script, it's already written down for all of us to follow. So whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, you're born, and then every one of you in that city or in that house, you follow the same script. I don't care who you are, But people have brains, they have minds. People don't think alike, So, but this script is going to make them think alike. And so the priest believes that he's going to have to get fed by the people. So he has, because the people all are giving to him. He's not giving to them, And if truly the people are going to, it's like Peter would say, silver and gold have I known. How many priests today will say silver and gold they have none?
especially if you look at mainline religion. So what is the catch, if it's intuition, then if we're all going to rely on intuition, what are all the institutions about? Because the institutions seem to be looking out for themselves, not for the people. It's like when you look at employment, the word ploy is in there. So whether the employer or the employee, there's no good coming to either, because it's coming to the employer, because the employer, the profits go to the employer anyway, profits, and all. So those are the weave I got from everything you were reading, and I was reading between the lines. So there you go.
Well, thank you for your perspective. And I'm not sure, you were talking about the intuitions, right? Not institutions.
Yeah, I was talking
Okay.
about the intuition, because the child, if you think about it, right, when we are born, we have intuition. But you see, to be accepted in these institutions, you have to bring what they call money, because, the clamps, you got to bring it, else you're not going to be admitted for them to reveal to you the secrets that obviously are to be found only in their buildings or in their libraries. But if you already have it in you, then, all it has to be done, all that has to be done is for it to be drawn out, because education, if you look at the Latin phrase, is to draw out, educare, to bring out. So what does it take to bring it out? Do you have to go work, cotton picking work to pay somebody to get them to bring out this thing in you? Because if you think about it, in school, if you were distracted or you were floodlighting and not spotlighting, teacher would say, Rachel or Marcos, pay attention. So you basically are paying attention even before you were cutting picking. So what does it really mean what is tuition in you is? What is tuition? Somebody has to have you go get down on the ground and pick cottons first, and then they'll pay you dimes before you're able to, know who you really are. Oh, well.
I think that one of the biggest messages that they're trying to convey through this story is that you aren't looking outside for that knowledge of who you are, or for the next intuition or coincidence, that it's actually coming from within and from your connection to God. But I thank you for bringing this back up, because there is something about intuition that I can add to that does concern me a little bit about these kinds of books, is that how do we know intuition from other feelings, right? And I think that sometimes people will mistake very strong feelings that are actually reactions to trauma, or reactions to just earlier trauma and issues. They'll mistake that for intuition and call it intuition when it's not that. But they do emphasize in the book that it's important to get clear and resolve some of the early family life stuff, so that it is actually intuition that's coming through, rather than a strong feeling or nudge. So it's interesting, and thank you for bringing that back up. Also, I like that you wove in the idea of paying tuition. So that was a cool weave. Thank you. Good, sir.
Yeah, tuition.
Yeah, go ahead.
Old French term, perhaps, or Latin tuitio, meaning guard, protection, defense. That seems about right. Tuition, a sum of money paid for an instruction. The training or instruction provided by a teacher or tutor. Tuition. We talk a lot about the price of college tuition and the requirement for scholarships to receive the scholarship, and then the cost of tuition to receive the tuition, meaning the paid private classes taken outside of a formal education, like tutoring. Tuition itself can simply mean the training or instruction provided by a teacher or a tutor.
You could pay it inside and have intuition.
Sure. There's tutorial, of course, and tutelage, tutelar and tutelary. I like that word, tutelary, of course, meaning guardian again. So the tutelary, the tutelarius, tuteloo, the
Toodaloo.
tutelage, the guardianship, the dependent, the client.
Holy Toledo.
Yeah. Having the qualities
You
of a
see,
tutor.
I'm thinking that each of us in the weave right now, we come to the weave, we come to the table with something. Now we have to, intuition. Now I'm looking at it is insight, direct or immediate cognition, spiritual perception. So at any time T, when each one has something to say, the rest would give a break and then listen to them say what is in them. They would, because he's looking at to consider. So we're going to consider what each one has to say, and then the fragments now, the fraction that makes the whole. In other words, it's like I'm thinking that the society we live in, there's something that has been done to rape the society. The society has been raped in that those who are in the society, some have more than the others, and for those who have more than the others, they have to rape the others for them to have. So basically, think about it. If one of us here is a minister and we all are contributing to him, he's going to have more than the rest. So in other words, to go back to that society where each one cares for the other, so that it's not a case of, because if it's a doggy dog out here, if you're looking out for your own alone, you're looking out for me, then and I'm the one you can pray on. You definitely pray on me. Who's going to protect me from you? So that's how the society is set now, that people are being scrambled. People are being discarded. Like, we don't need you. We don't need you. And so when it comes to knowledge, ledge to know, to let, it's something, it's really sad, the picture that has been painted, whereas things like this are not considered, and it's sad,
Yeah, there seems to be a race to the bleeding edge. This idea that there's a new sort of knowledge, new ideas, new research and things at the bleeding edge to leave everyone behind, because you haven't done all the research, you haven't done all the homework, you haven't read all the books, you don't have all the knowledge, so you cannot be hanging out on the bleeding edge of research. So then you can't publish a book or patent a new product or an idea. There's that sort of race to get to that point, and so many people are fatigued by that education process. You go through preschool, kindergarten, graduate after 12 years, and then they're telling you, oh, not good enough, you need to do another 4 years. And then after 4 years, they're told, well, that's still not good enough. Try another 2, 4, 6 years. And by the time you're 40 years old, maybe you'll be out of the education system, not to mention the cost of tuition will bankrupt you to impossible numbers on a ledger that you can't possibly imagine, because you've never experienced that amount of financial gain or debt in your life. So that does seem to be the trap. Of course, it's the trap of tuition and the rising cost of tuition, and the fact that, people are going to be straddled with that burden, and they're going to be behind when they start.
So basically, we're talking about the Hierophant, because that's who has the knowledge. That card represents institutions. It is symbolized by the Pope, which is kind of what we're talking about, right? With these priests withholding knowledge, and you have to pay, and all these people who say you have to pay for the knowledge. There must be an exchange for something given. So that's definitely a part of it. It is outrageous right now. Yes, 100%. I saw this meme today that was like, oh, if you want to become a painter in California, you've got to pay $300. You got to take a 3-hour test. You got to say that you're, certified and all this stuff. And in Texas, you just buy a brush. So I think, you know what? nothing is actually stopping us from doing apprenticeships. You know who does apprenticeships and makes a butt ton of money? Tattoo artists.
Yep.
You get to
They
become a
make
tattoo artist
so
without an
much.
apprenticeship. Mm-hmm.
Dude, they charge like 400 an hour now. And because
That's obscene.
yeah, and like because I go to them for like so much, I'm doing like big sleeves. Like, oh well, we're gonna charge you 200 an hour. I'm like, better, way better, but god damn, imagine
Yeah.
200 an
no.
hour. But
I have
they
not even one of my small ones, I paid by the hour and it was such a ripoff. Like it's
yeah.
the same size as my first one. It was definitely too much. And some of the colors fading. But you know what? That's the thing. There's nothing stopping anyone from offering apprenticeships except mindset. If you think about spirituality, that's what monks do. They go join, nuns. They go to a convent. Everything, all of your needs are provided, and you're putting in the time and you're learning. You're taking care of everything. You don't just get to sit on your
How do you
laurels.
spell that word? Apprenticeships. What's that?
Apprenticeship?
Okay, apprenticeships. Okay, I
yeah.
get it. Now, are you familiar with the phrase priestcraft? You look up the etymology of
I
the
think
word
so.
priestcraft.
Mhm.
There's witchcraft, that's very familiar, but priestcraft, is that a thing? Oh, yes, I found out it's a thing. Has to do with the business of being a priest.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Exercise of priestly functions, priest plus craft, after rise of Protestantism and the Enlightenment, it acquired a pejorative sense of arts and devices of ambitious priests for attaining and holding temporal power and social control. 1680s.
Yeah, that's how we make a better world, is by offering those things. Actually, the guy who did these right here, these tattoos, offered to teach me oil painting for like
that's cool.
a super small amount. At the time, I couldn't do it, and now we've lost contact. Missed opportunity. But there are people who do that. Anything you want to learn, somebody is willing to teach you. Somebody is. Just because the majority of people aren't, because their mindset isn't there. They're thinking of that cash because they're thinking of their needs. That's why planting gardens, getting self-sufficient, eliminate your bills. Because what do you need money for? Like, actually think about it. What do you need money for?
Food.
How do you eliminate those bills? And then how do you offer your services at a fair rate? Because you're not in like fight or flight mode. You're not in, oh my God, I got to pay the bills.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rachel. If you approach a problem with the thought, I have $0 to spend on this problem, how do I solve the problem without throwing money at it?
And well, you have to throw money somewhere. So it has to
Sometimes.
become a mindset of investment,
Mm-hmm.
of understanding. I think Myriad Realities had a great post about spending time on yourself, because a lot of people don't do that.
Right.
They don't take their vacation time. They don't call out sick. But what I found out by practice, by trying this, by taking the risk, is that if you do that, if you give yourself a day, give yourself a mental day. If you're stressed at your job and you're like, oh, I won't be able to pay the bills if I miss a day, screw that. That's how they keep you in. Take the risk and watch the universe start going, sweet, you love yourself. I'm going to open up doors. It doesn't sound real, but it's real.
It's real.
Consider this idea in terms of intuition. If you have a problem and you go to the computer terminal and you go to google.com and you type in your problem and you try to research your problem, and then you find the advertisements that say, oh, have a problem, we can help, and paid services and all these things. But if you were to stop and think, there's this problem that I have, something I need to solve, something I need to learn. And if you walk away from computers and you keep your credit cards away from people who want to take your money easily to solve your problems, then you allow your intuition to work. And if you begin to apply yourself to whatever problem you have in your mind, is it a mental thing that you're thinking about? Is it a plumbing problem? Is it an automotive problem, a computer problem? If you just start looking at it and playing with it and figuring it out, and then your intuition can kick in. And how many people give up before they reach the point of allowing the intuition to see, oh, there it is. I can visualize the problem. I can see it. And the intuition provides possible next steps to take. And so much of these things, you can figure out what it is to better define the problem before you pay an expert to take your money and then tell you what you already knew. How many times has that happened when you paid an expert and you're like, well, I already knew that. And now I got to give this guy $1,000 for his expert analysis of something that I could have just intuited if I would have given it 10 minutes of thought.
Yeah, I think health is one of the easiest ways to start putting that into practice. So many people are like, I need meds. I'm like, I get it. I get it. I
That's
totally
the
get it.
opposite of what I do. Like meds, I'm like, oh God, no.
Right? Right? It's so
That's smart
easy.
though, because it's just a Rockefeller black magic poisoning marketing routine.
Totally.
You know what? Can I read an excerpt from this guy, Karen Last, on YouTube? I downloaded. He has his YouTube videos, but he has a transcript of those videos. And there's this excerpt from there there's this line from a priest that said to me that this world is a stage. You know, back then he said it. I was like, what's that? You know, but now I get it. All the world is truly a stage or a theater, which is separated as the ether. You see, that's theater now is separated as the ether. Chronos with this without this H, and then Chronos with the H becomes purveyor to the sands of time and eats the actors or characters. To know someone's character is to know their heart, and the link is buffered when phonetically related with care, which is to have heart. It is to have an interest in something or someone, to show concern or even feel anxiety over. It is a feeling of the heart, which is where one gets to the heart of the matter or center of the thing. This is the core, C-O-R, apostrophe E, of any issue. Core is translated into the Dutch word H-A-R-T, heart, and French C-O-E-U-R, cure, which means heart. There are many more examples to find. To the four corners of the earth, the heart is the courier on the course, C-C-O-U-R, course of this human race. Then you hear this: love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it's not proud, it's not rude, it's not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. It always protects, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. First Corinthians 13:48. Courage, courtesy, C-D-C-U-R. The heart is how we coordinate and cooperate our actions in relationship with one another. It is to be cordial as opposed to corrupt. Corruption has turned the heart dishonest and evil, and thus creates discord, which is to be without harmony. Then you see chords. Chorus, this is C-H-O-R, which is also chorus, choir, chorus. A choir is another derivative of the heart, with its root being from chorus, and as the Dutch translates into K-O-O-R, the German is C-H-O-R, and the French into C-H-O-E-U-R. Corporations, corpses. The French language provides etymological similarity throughout the term corpse, meaning body. Charges bring the dead or dead back to life. Now, here's the punchline. Money, one I slash mon-I, M-O-N-E-Y-E, is dead slash debt. The symbolism is clear about it. The dead or debt are buried in the banks. To inter is to place a corpse into a grave. To inter, that's inter, I-N-T-R, is to place a corpse into a grave or tomb. Hence, the interrest are the buried dead at rest. The more depth or dead, you see the pronunciation is it's D-E-B-T slash D-E-A-D. The higher the interest rate. The Middle English EST meant east. Interest, which is where the sun or sun, S-U-N/S-O-N, rises along with the seeds of death, from death to life, rebirth, the cycle. The dead feast on the living, and the debt continually collects in numbers and feast on the charges of currency. This is referred to as inflation, where monetary value is lost with every exchange. You see, you mentioned exchange just now. There has to be an exchange. When there is no more energy left in those notes of exchange, they are dead and thus bankrupt. A rupture or rapture occurs. How do you then determine what's fair? This rupture, tear, or breach is happening with one's biology continuously. It is called aging. Each rupture is a mini death that eats itself until the entire system collapses. This is the end of the individual and the cessation of life, and the experiences of the systems within shall be unfolded without. Cause and effect are not separate. Money is borrowed, and borrow is rooted in the term borrow. These holes, borrowing, can be dug to great depths. Phonetically speaking, we are drowning in debt, and since commerce is the law of the sea, it indicates correctly the aspect of drowning in debt. As we, you see, when I say debts and say debts, what's unless you know the spelling and the context, then they all sound alike. As with any situation that is life or death, to be drowning is rightfully declared as emergency. The debt or dead that were buried in the banks of the rivers or sea burst through. Finding themselves in an auction of the dead, the lost souls seek socation, spending and saving. A soul can be saved if it believes in the system. Credit means faith. For this reason, while currency is delivered in religious denominations, bought and sold, SOULED. Mortgages are debt pledges, and it is life itself that is given as a bond of security, where the interest rates rise, the debt or debt rise. Every day that the monetary system operates is another day of the walking debt. The digital currency game pays homage also with the use of the cryptocurrency. A crypt is a chamber often beneath a church that conceals coffins or other religious artifacts. Its original meaning from the ancient Greek crypto meant to hide. We buy, BUOY, or buy, or we sell, CELL, SELL. See, so you see the similarities. When I say sell, it's like a battery cell, a prison cell, or sell. You buy the truth and sell it not. That's the Bible verse. You buy the truth and sell it not. Think about it. And you see, the Bible is to say you can't buy milk and wine without money and without price. The thing is, how can we buy and sell without money and price? In other words, if you need something, you see, somebody was asking a question just now that if I want to get something done, how can I do it without throwing money at it, borrowing to do that thing? Do I have your attention? Go ahead if you have something to say, please.
Yeah, are you in the red or are you in the black? Are you in the gain or are you in the negative?
Cells interlocked.
Or one to gain, another has to lose. The paradox must complete itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but then also your ideas, your words, the way you weave your words together to sell someone on an idea so they can become invested with their intention to hear everything you're going to say. There are courses that are open courses. Colleges, universities have made their coursework open source. It's available online. All you need is a computer and an internet connection, and you can access all of these courses. All they require is your time and attention to go through.
Do they charge you for a diploma though?
Well, do you need a diploma when you have the knowledge?
I don't.
Right. I think some people, like, for them, the exchange is just the fact that people are accepting the gift. It's like, hey, I have this document and I just need you to accept it. That's the dopamine hit. That's the thing that they're getting out of it. That's the reward. That's the exchange, is that you say, yes, thank you. and that you go do something with it, hopefully.
Try the education before you sign those college loan documents,
Yeah.
right? Look at the course material, read through the textbooks, figure out what you're paying for. How many people do that?
Yeah, I might even add that
Here's
the
a
stuff
tip.
that you pay for is worse than this. I mean, the stuff that's free is going to be, it's not going to have the bullshit. It's going to be the exciting stuff that you need to learn and want to learn. If you're
Yeah.
paying for it, they throw in so much unnecessary fluff just to
Right.
pad their own egos.
Right. And
It's so
I get
important.
I get the
Well, we
impression.
got to remember
a lot
where
of-
all that came from too. The idea that you would be apprenticed in under someone, and as we know, the nature
Right.
of that old system was one that included literally giving up your ass or having to do things that you didn't want to do with your body.
Yeah.
Just to, I mean, that was a
Yeah,
given, you know.
that's why
Okay,
platonic
yes, yeah.
relationships mean no sex. But Plato wasn't trading ass for a pass in the class.
Here we are talking about education, and it comes to my mind that most 18-year-olds will go to college because they want to move out. They want some independence for a year or
Yeah.
two, and they're willing to pay any cost for a year of partying at a school and living on their own, not
Yeah.
concerned about the education at all.
Yeah.
No, they're unwittingly making themselves even more slave.
Yeah.
You know,
Slave
if
to
I
the bit,
if in my
slave
country,
potentially to
if
the
you
booze.
in my
Go ahead.
country, if you identified as a male prostitute, your family will look down on you like, or a female prostitute, like, why are you doing that? Why don't you go get some other job? You know, that's so demeaning and all that. But think about it, right? To be a prostitute is to use one's body to earn money. So it doesn't matter whether you are having penetration or having sexual intercourse with someone. Congress, sexual congress is another word for having sex. Congress has to do with sex. So at the end of the day, prostitution is going on. And if God is saying that work is when you go cutting pig, and then that's how he's going to if that's all it is, then that's what everybody is doing. Everybody's prostituting. Everybody's prostituting, whether the priest on the pope or the lady at the brothel. It's prostitution everywhere. You know, so that's the saying, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Nobody can point a finger at the other. And, you know, it's like, if everybody is blind, then who's going to lead the other? In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. So to take a step back, to really go into yourself, is in Luke 11:52, where it says, woe to you lawyers, for you have taken away the key of knowledge. You need that go in yourselves, and those entering in, you've hindered. So you think that the priests will be the ones to set your soul on fire and set you free, but no, they just want to keep you in bondage. And so you have to stay away. If you don't touch them. This, because religion is religion. ION. It's a process to lie anew. That's just breaking down the word itself.
I wonder if that man with one seeing eye is named Willie.
Willie or won't he?
There's a good name.
Stick
That's
around
a good
to find
name.
it out.
Willie or won't he?
I'm actually going to call it pretty soon. So
Good evening, Martin, and good night, Rachel.
yeah, I made
Night, Rachel.
actual
Good night.
We're weaving in
Alright.
shifts.
Thank you again for reading.
Yeah, thank you guys. Good night.
Good night, Rachel.
Night, Rachel.
Good night.
Oh, Mr. Reed. Doggone it.
We recorded it for you as a courtesy.
Oh, good.
It's all here.
Yeah, I can catch it later. I like to work to Rachel's reading
Yeah.
when I'm doing whatever out here at camp. She's captivating.
And Kaylee,
How's it going
for us.
tonight, everybody?
Going
So we
good.
have
How's it
Rachel and
going,
Kaylee
Martin?
reading.
I'm good. I had to go to sleep. But I got up early, real early.
You see, speaking of prostitution, here's the excerpt. Okay, Every single one of us who has participated and continues to participate in the system of commerce is a prostitute in the eyes of the universal laws of nature. It is not an accident that the United States corporation printed in God we trust on their legal fiat whore Babylon currency. The capital little God, in quote, that they are speaking of is the money. Everyone is passing these units of faith like devilish whores every single day, and the system loves it. If money is the God that we put our trust and faith in, which is practically all of humanity, then humanity is also collectively calling God a prostitute. That's how serious this is. Of course, the unreasonable mind who hasn't even meditated on this fact for even 5 seconds would denounce what was just said as ridiculous, crazy, and blasphemous. Again, this information is not for those people. It is for those with the eyes and ears of intelligence, because I'm following an inner command to bring these revelations to those who will hear. And as such, these words will be heard by very few. They do not want you to be informed of this or talk about this with anyone, because that might make enough people aware to end this madness. No, all kinds of excuses and methods of reasoning are conjured up just as no one will believe it, or such as no one will believe it, or that's just crazy. We need money.
Yeah.
We need
There was
money.
a time when accepting payment for work was considered prostitution across the board. That
Really?
if you put yourself out for hire, it was considered a form of prostitution back in the day, because if you had your own inheritance from your family and you had your own ability to take some of your property and just go work it, then you would never need to ask anyone for employment anywhere. So that's like a demonstration to people that you're completely broke and desperate if you're willing to take any kind of job. But they've just taken us so far away from that kind of thinking. None of us, they've tricked us all into forfeiting our birthrights, where we've all come from some bloodline. We've all come from somewhere, and not all of us were all paupers. Most of us come from people, if we go back far enough, that were very rich, but they've swindled us all. And so now we're all technically acting as whores in the street, but nobody knows it. Everyone
Wow.
sees it as normal.
Yeah, it's an expectation.
We're turning tricks, basically. We're turning tricks.
Yeah, exactly. They've tricked us all into turning tricks. Exactly.
So
Wow.
we make excuses like, I'm worried about losing my job if I start talking to others about this sort of stuff. Any justification to ignore the stated issue and its severity of importance. What's the definition of a prostitute? Someone who sells their body for money. That's everyone who goes to work every single day. Do you have a body? Are you making money by using it to participate in commerce? Welcome to the land of prostitution.
That's right.
That's
It's
why
true.
the word congress, from the Latin congressio, means sexual intercourse. All laws about commerce and money are passed in Parliament and Congress, and anyone who participates in its system is a prostitute by default. Here's another example. The word trick has a basic definition of a period of work or duty, or a tour of duty, a shift, and also a prostitute's customer. Each time that everyone goes to work a work shift, they can accurately say that they are turning tricks. As already stated, this brings dishonor, disgrace, and humiliation to the individual and humanity as a whole. That's why the word ploy in employment means a tactic intended to embarrass, humiliate, and frustrate an opponent. That's everyone's job while acting as an employer and employee, to embarrass, humiliate, and frustrate an opponent. That's everyone's job. That's while each other, because humanity is caught in a system of hating each other. There's no gray area with this one. Humanity is entangled in a systematic web of hate for each other, because we participate in the war known as commerce, which is the prostitution of humanity for hateful gain due to another's loss. For one to gain, another must lose every single time.
Let's weave a web of love.
There we go. What are we gonna do about it?
Those
That's true.
hate
I mean,
webs, those hate
true.
webs
It's
aren't very
okay to address
strong.
it, but what we're going to do about it is what Rachel said before she left, was to open your self to the idea that if you hate your job and you're feeling desperate and you're sick of it, and you can't take it anymore, and you feel like a slave and you feel like a prostitute, If you go tomorrow and say, I'm taking the day off, or God forbid you go tomorrow and tell your boss, honestly, I don't want to work for you anymore, and I don't care what happens. I'm taking the risk to stop subjecting myself to this shitty feeling and to this shitty life. Then when you do that, if you do it with no fear or with as little fear as you can muster, then magically the world opens up and things happen in your favor. And people who've never done it don't know, but those of us that have come to these situations in this position where we have done it, where we finally reached our wits end and we say, screw it, I'm not doing it anymore. I don't care what happens. I don't care if I die. Back to what we said way back when Chance was still on.
Imagine all the
overcome the
compliments you'll get
fear.
wearing a shirt that looks like this. This has got to be on an apron design too. The black
gorgeous.
metal spider skull.
Yeah, that's.
perspective.
I'm getting a strong feeling to have to acquire that and wear it.
Yeah.
Make sure that it goes on an apron. People
That
are
look
like
good on a motorcycle jacket.
Dude, Zoomers are gonna love this design too. Look at him; he's so enthused.
Yeah, he's so mad about that one spot on his face too. You think they intentionally give him one zit?
It's not called rosacea, man. It's just stop looking at my face, Dad. Come on, Mom. You know.
My tits are down here.
It's not a cheek nipple, man. Come on.
Cheek nipple. There's a good metal band name. Cheek nipple. But yeah, I encourage people to do that at all times in their life. Whatever, you can actually make the decision to do whatever it is that you prefer to do, but you have to let go of all the fear of it and just take the risk. And it's going to be really uncomfortable. Like it could go really, really, really poorly for an extended period of time before something turns your way. It's not like you suddenly just get the.
Oh yeah, of course. You're gonna look foolish, but you'll look half as foolish if you're wearing a Weaving Spider's Welcome apron while doing it. I can guarantee it.
Yeah, guaranteed. Triple satisfaction or guaranteed your money back.
Martin didn't see the apron.
Oh, you got an apron?
Yeah, we're playing with Redbubble tonight to determine possible design elements. So let's get that apron back up here. People
redouble your enthusiasm with Redbubble.
Yeah, look at this.
Redouble.
Yeah.
I was expecting a Masonic apron. Disappointed. 0 out of 10.
Well, you can use one of these to hide your boner as well.
Well, I was saying if you buy 2 of them, you could wear one on the front and one on the back. I don't know if they do a double apron design, more like a tabard design.
Where do you pick one of those up?
These are on Redbubble right now. We are not really publicizing this a whole lot because we're still tweaking each design and seeing where the
if you buy one, you might have a one of a kind.
Yeah, so if you see the link and
now.
you buy them as soon as you can while they're still available, these pages might disappear. So if you're quick on the click, I'm not suggesting impulse buying.
You're selling it.
We're not suggesting impulse buying, but if that's something that you have the means and the ways to do.
Take the risk.
You're selling it, you whore.
Take the risk. Just buy one. That's right. Nice. That's perfect.
I haven't tested these prints, so if you
what do you want
to
to trade, Alan? Come on, let's trade.
These are from Redbubble, so these are printing on demand. You're dealing with Redbubble people here.
I see. Oh, I'm not familiar. So on demand, that's cool.
Yeah, they will print it when it's ordered, and they'll ship it out to you. So they handle all of that.
Yeah. So those are their models. Those weren't. That's not your son and daughter or whatever.
Oh. No.
I think you just gave Alan a mild panic at the idea of having a son and a daughter. I don't know. I just heard it. I heard this. Yeah.
I'm just thinking the raising prices of college tuition. I'm thinking, oh boy, you kids better do some open coursework, and you better go to the library and do your own research and pay your own way, I suppose.
Listen, do you guys want to grow up to be whores? Listen.
That's how I would do it.
I have a video for you all.
Brutally honest.
This
Haley
video
has a
is
video.
titled. This video is titled "What Did I Do with 242 Pumpkins?"
Oh,
And I dropped it in the chat because my screen share is not good on Zoom. So if somebody else wants to open it up for me, that'd be nice. Dropping it in the chat.
Oh, I
is
can't.
this pumpkin porn or pumpkin violence?
More
Are they
like
smashing them?
more like food porn.
I can't click it. Then it just highlights everything in the chat.
I believe in you.
Yeah, I clicked it. It brought me to YouTube, and then it immediately shows me on YouTube a Redbubble advertisement.
That's
Wonder why.
hilarious.
Go ahead and
So what is this?
show.
What did I do with 242 pumpkins?
This
What
is
can't
my
you do?
my solution for the beast commerce system.
Oh,
Grow food, trade it.
Thing on Redbubble, custom T-shirts. All right.
Wow.
Skip
I need
it.
to.
Oh, you're playing it.
This trial. Go up to here. Yeah. Do we need audio for this? Are you gonna narrate it?
I mean, I could narrate it if you want. Really, he doesn't really say anything except like small
This is
little
a
exchanges
large
with his
pumpkin
friend.
patch. Those look like little gourds. 242 of them.
So what did he do with them? Well,
Now I have to know.
he has an overabundance of pumpkin, so they're not worth very much to him. But to all of his neighbors that didn't grow any pumpkins, that grew other things, they're worth things to them.
Oh,
Pumpkin's like a longer growing season too than a lot of other garden stuff, except for like watermelons are really long too.
Yeah.
Now I'm wondering if he secret got laid for some pumpkins.
I don't know. He may have. I didn't do the math to count up.
So this is
What he said
funny.
he was
I'm
trading.
noticing. Is
I
that a
like that
Nefertiti
kitchen.
painting on the
Yeah.
left there?
What was that, Alan?
Is that a Nefertiti
Yeah, I do like that
image?
kitchen a lot.
That kitchen's
left.
sick.
It looks like, yeah, and he's got an
It kinda
angle on
looks
the
like
wall
me.
too.
I love the ceiling with the corrugated.
Windows in the kitchen are essential. I like bay windows.
Let's
It's
get this guy.
That's
dude.
amazing.
He's got
That's
style.
fair share and 8K and fair share, right? Wow.
I can play that a little bit
He
faster.
exchanged the pumpkins for stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Don't we have a barter page? We should start doing this. Did we make one?
Actually, one just got
Yeah.
started on the Telegram
Yeah, yeah.
where
Yeah.
you can. I think Chris and Rachel started it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not positive, but I know it was rumored that, and then all of a
Yeah,
sudden
there may
appeared,
be a
so.
few different groups, certainly.
A
It's not
few.
limited to any one specific group. If you get invited, then you can, enjoy that bartering group and gifting group.
100%. I love it. So yeah, he just goes to all of his neighbors and trades pumpkins for stuff. And
Eggs.
Man, I
that's
wish it
probably
was
what
like
I'm gonna
that.
end up doing this. Well, that's probably what I'm gonna end up doing this year. We
What
a
have we got here?
Massive
Ooh.
garden to.
He's trading spider webs.
No,
Wow.
but that's a neat catch.
Cool idea.
He's got swales. Oh, nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's a permaculture dude, so it's all about that. Making the land actually.
This is so cool.
Well.
Oh, slick spot too.
Living
Like
the dream.
Did he trade a pumpkin for a drone to footage?
Oh, there are a bunch of tiny little pumpkins.
Little gourds. Yeah. Little gourdies. Where are the owls?
Little Gordies.
Oh. I only paint pumpkin. The spice must flow.
I'm looking at the etymology of the word barter. I mean, these sexual innuendos are just amazing. To traffic or trade by exchanging one commodity for another. Mid 15th century, apparently from Old French barata, to barter, cheat, deceive, haggle, also to have sexual intercourse.
Yeah.
Witches of one's, oh, blah, 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 blah.
So here's maybe an interesting question. Who is putting the sexual innuendo in the dictionary to imply that everything financial, congressional, consensual, bartering is all relating to sexual arrangements?
Maybe your mom.
Bazinga. Okay, you guys. Good night. It was a pleasure. It was a
Diction
pleasure.
of Aries, mission of Aries, Aries anagram
Is it
arise.
Webster's dictionary? Is it a college level dictionary? Is it a Black's Law dictionary? Does Black's Law dictionary have as much sexual innuendo as other dictionaries?
Black's
Maybe
Law
less.
jargons are not
Mhm.
do not equate with the common definitions, you know. So maybe theirs will be more, you know, straight to the point, you know.
Well, the etymology might be different too. Maybe the exact opposite, which happens quite a bit.
That's right.
Hey, Jim, did you get a package today?
I did get a package. Yes. I haven't opened it yet.
Can we play the song
Ah.
again for Martin?
You can play the song.
Yeah.
It's important to do that.
Yeah.
Let's open that baby up.
I had a discombobbled day, so I've got it. I'm not sure where it is. I think I left it at work.
Oh well. Next week.
I'll save it for you when you're back. For sure.
Yeah, it's got a couple fun things in there.
Fun thing.
Did it come back to you?
It did. I don't know why they didn't. Well, probably because I originally put it in an envelope and there's two. All right, there's 2 coins in it.
Oh yeah, not enough postage.
So if I unmute this,
Probably, or they didn't like the way it was packaged or whatever.
It might not go through the little meter. The coins
Yeah.
might not go through the little thingy.
Oh yeah.
Vegan Spiders, welcome Sweet 779, 307 South 9th Avenue, Walla Walla, Washington 99362. 307 South 9th Avenue, Walla Walla, Washington 99362.
So did you have to slave away at this, Jim, or did it just come naturally?
Does it sound like I slaved away at it?
Hey, you know how it is. You could have worked fucking a year on getting it to sound like this, or it could have just come naturally.
It kind of reminds me of Charlie Brown.
That's a great compliment.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I did it like twice, and then I had the cut.
It's really catchy and good, man.
It seems like I don't know. Seems like I must have sent the worst take though.
No. That's just you being critical of like wanting it to be more perfect or something, but that's not necessary.
Yeah,
it's great. I
part
mean,
of
it's
the
just what we
charm.
need. Yeah, somebody's gonna need to know what it really means to send the stuff.
It fits because mail itself is low fidelity, it's low definition, it's lo-fi, it's slow, it's old.
Slow-fi.
I have a couple other songs that I tried making with it, but they're not 100% done yet. So I haven't sent them off to the production area.
That's funny.
Over at alanmarcus.com.
Is that you tickling the ivory on there?
A little bit.
Nice.
Okay,
Nice.
well, I go to bed now. It's 12:15. I gotta get up early.
Yeah, I'm almost out of here too, but I've got a rule to finish whatever clay I start with. So I'm down to my nubbins here, but I'm almost done. So
Hey. Okay, well, I'll see you guys later.
thanks for coming. Talk to you soon.
Au revoir.
It's all right.
Have a good one.
Memorize the song for next time when we all sing along. I do think I shared this song on Telegram so people can download it.
Okay.
Put it in your
Put that in
workout.
your crack pipe and smoke it. Oh wait. That's
Yeah,
what I
I was working on the graphic and I was adding sound to it, and they had a meow cat effect, and I started adding that, and then I got yours, so I was like, how do I add the sound to this? And then I couldn't remove the meow, so I kept them in. That's why you keep hearing the meow.
Oh, that's what the meow was. I was wondering what that was.
It's in the video.
It's like I don't remember that during the recording, but
The cat was sitting with you.
I don't know how you could forget. You remember meowing? It's nice when you start using less drugs and alcohol, so then people can't trick you into thinking you did things you didn't do. Like, no, I didn't. I didn't give you all my money. That's not true. Like, you were
We're
blacked
not
out. You
tricking
were like,
Martin into
no.
doing any reading tonight. It's of his own volition to choose to do so.
I was just gonna ask, should I save it for when there's more or do it now? Let's do it now.
yeah,
Oh,
let's do
you're
it now.
ready.
They can come back and
you're ready.
catch it on the
It's ready.
red bubble.
Yeah, this is a long book. We need to, get through this thing.
Make some progress.
That's the right attitude right there. Like,
You
hey,
know,
look, guys.
I was reading in Secret Teachings of All Ages, and they mentioned Zanoni in the book.
Really? Which section?
Let's see. It was in the
Yeah, I remember that.
the section about genius. I think it was chapter 23. It's on a FlowState.
Yeah. I'll have to check it out. I have that
It's
book.
pretty good. I want to get back into I think it was chapter 23. It was about elementals and whatnot.
Yeah, that was it.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out.
Very cool. Yeah. It's mind blower.
Yeah, I've been studying the elementals myself lately. So
cool.
Not there though. So yeah, thanks for pointing me in that direction.
Yeah, so nice little sync there.
Little syncy.
Yeah. All right, let's read.
I'll mute.
Chapter 9 from Zanoni. Book 1. Che non vuol che il diestre più vada in alto, poi lo lega nel margine marino e un verde mirto in mezzo un laro e un pino. As he did not wish his charger, the hippogriff, should take him any further, excursions into the higher regions for the present, he bound him at the seashore to a green myrtle between a laurel and a pine. O musician, art thou happy now? Thou art reinstalled at thy stately desk. Thy faithful barbiton has its share in the triumph. It is thy masterpiece which fills thy ear. It is thy daughter who fills the scene. The music, the actress so united that applause to one is applause to both. They make way for thee at the orchestra. They no longer jeer and wink when with a fierce fondness thou dost caress thy familiar that plains and wails and chides and growls under the remorseless hand. They understand now how irregular is ever the symmetry of real genius. The inequalities in its surface make the moon luminous to man. Giovanni Paisiello, maestro di cabella, if thy gentle soul could know envy, thou must sicken to see the Elfrida and thy Pyrrho laid aside, and all Naples turned fanatic to the siren, at whose Paisiello, calm in the long prosperity of fame, knowest that the new will have its day, and comfortest thyself that the Elfrida and the Pyrrho will live forever. Perhaps a mistake, but it is by such mistakes that true genius conquers envy. To be immortal, says Schiller, live in the whole. To be superior to the hour, live in thy self-esteem. The audience now would give their ears for those variations and flights they were once wont to hiss. No, Pisani has been 2/3 of a life at silent work on his masterpiece. There's nothing he can add to that, however he might have sought to improve on the masterpieces of others. Is not this common? The least little critic in reviewing some work of art will say, pity this, pity that. This should have been altered, that omitted. Yea, with his wiry fiddle string, he will creak out his accursed variations. But let him sit down and compose himself. He sees no improvement in variations then. Every man can control his fiddle when it is his own work with which its vagaries would play the devil. And Viola is the idol, the theme of Naples. She is the spoiled sultana of the boards. To spoil her acting may be easy enough. Shall they spoil her nature? No, I think not. There at home, she is still good and simple. And there under the awning by the doorway, there she still sits, divinely musing. How often, crook trunk tree, she looks to thy green boughs. How often, like thee, in her dreams and fancies, does she struggle for the light? Not the light of the stage lamps. Pooh, child, be contented with the lamps, even with the rushlights. A farthing candle is more convenient for household purposes than the stars. Weeks passed, and the stranger did not reappear. Months had passed, and his prophecy of sorrow was not yet fulfilled. One evening, Pisani was taken ill. His success had brought on the long neglected composer pressing applications for concerti and sonata adapted to his more peculiar science on the violin. He had been employed for some weeks, day and night, on a piece in which he hoped to excel himself. He took, as usual, one of those seemingly impracticable subjects, which it was his pride to subject to the expressive powers of his art. The terrible legend connected with the transformation of Philomel. The pantomime of sound opened with the gay merriment of a feast. The monarch of Thrace is at his banquet. A sudden discord brays through the joyous notes. The string seems to screech with horror. The king learns the murder of his son by the hands of the avenging sisters. Swift rage the chords through the passions of fear, of horror, of fury, and dismay. The father pursues the sisters. Hark, what changes the dread, the discord into that long, silvery, mournful music. The transformation is completed, and Philomel, now the nightingale, pours from the myrtle bough the full, liquid, subduing notes that are to tell evermore to the world the history of her woes and wrongs. Now, it was in the midst of this complicated and difficult attempt that the health of the overtasked musician, excited alike by past triumph and new ambition, suddenly gave way. He was taken ill at night. The next morning, the doctor pronounced that his disease was a malignant and infectious fever. His wife and Viola shared in their tender watch, but soon that task was left to the last alone. The Signora Pisani caught the infection, and in a few hours was even in a state more alarming than that of her husband. The Neapolitans, in common with the inhabitants of all warm climates, are apt to become selfish and brutal in their dread of infectious disorders. Gianetta herself pretended to be ill to avoid the sick chamber. The whole labor of love and sorrow fell on Viola. It was a terrible trial. I am willing to hurry over the details. The wife died first. One day, a little before sunset, Pisani woke partially recovered from the delirium which had preyed upon him with few intervals since the second day of the disease. And casting about him his dizzy and feeble eyes, he recognized Viola and smiled. He faltered her name as he rose and stretched his arms. She fell upon his breast and strove to suppress her tears. "Thy mother," he said, "does she sleep?" "She sleeps." "Ah, yes." And the tears gushed forth. I thought I don't know what I have a thought, but do not weep. I should be well now, quite well. She will come to me when she wakes, will she? Viola could not speak, but she busied herself in pouring forth an anodyne, which she had been directed to give the sufferer as soon as the delirium should cease. The doctor had told her, too, to send for him the instant so important a change should occur. Excuse me. She went to the door and called to the woman who, during Gianetta's pretended illness, had been induced to supply her place, but the hireling answered not. She flew through the chambers to search for her in vain. The hireling had caught Gianetta's fears and vanished. What was to be done? The case was urgent. The doctor had declared not a moment should be lost in obtaining his attendance. She must leave her father. She must go herself. She crept back into the room. The anodyne seemed to already have taken benign effect. The patient's eyes were closed and he breathed regularly, as in sleep. She stole away, threw her veil over her face, and hurried from the house. Now the anodyne had not produced the effect which it appeared to have done. Instead of healthful sleep, it had brought on a kind of light-headed somnolence in which the mind, preternaturally restless, wandered about its accustomed haunts, waking up into old familiar instincts and inclinations. It was not sleep, it was not delirium, it was the dream wakefulness which opium sometimes induces when every nerve grows tremulously alive and creates a corresponding activity in the frame, to which it gives a false and hectic vigor. Pisani missed something what he scarcely knew. It was a combination of the two wants most essential to his mental life: the voice of his wife, the touch of his familiar. He rose, he left his bed, he leisurely put on his old dressing robe in which he had been wont to compose. He smiled complacently as the associations connected with the garment came over his memory. He walked tremulously across the room and entered the small cabinet next to his chamber, in which his wife had been accustomed more often to watch than sleep when illness separated her from his side. The room was desolate and void. He looked round wistfully and muttered to himself, and then proceeded regularly and with a noiseless step through the chambers of the silent house one by one. He came at last to that in which old Gianetta, faithful to her own safety, if nothing else, nursed herself in the remotest corner of the house from the danger of infection. As he glided in, wan, emaciated, with an uneasy, anxious, searching look in his haggard eyes, the old woman shrieked aloud and fell at his feet. He bent over her, passed his thin hands along her averted face, shook his head, and said in a hollow voice, "I cannot find them. Where are they?" "Who, dear master? Oh, have a compassion on yourself. They are not here. Blessed saints, this is terrible. He has touched me. I am dead." Dead? Who is dead? Is anyone dead? Ah, don't talk so. You must know it well. My poor mistress. She caught the fever from you. It is infectious enough to kill a whole city. San Gennaro, protect me. My poor mistress, she is dead. Buried too, and I, your faithful Gianetta. Woe is me. Go, to bed again. Dearest master, go. The poor musician stood for one moment mute and unmoving. Then a slight shiver ran through his frame. He had turned and glided back silent and specter-like as he had entered. He came into the room where he had been accustomed to compose, where his wife in her sweet patience had so often sat by his side and praised and flattered when the world had but jeered and scorned. In one corner, he found the laurel wreath she had placed on his brows that happy night of fame and triumph. And near it, half hid by her mantilla, lay the case, the neglected instrument. Viola was not long gone. She had found the physician. She returned with him. And as they gained the threshold, they heard a strain of piercing, heart-rending anguish. It was not like some senseless instrument, mechanical in its obedience to a human hand. It was as some spirit calling in wail and agony from the forlorn shades to the angels it beheld afar beyond the eternal gulf. They exchanged glances of dismay. They hurried into the house. They hastened into the room. Pisani turned, and his look, full of ghastly intelligence and stern command, awed them back. The black mantilla, the faded laurel leaf, lay there before him. Viola's heart guessed all at a single glance. She sprung to his knees. She clasped them. Father, Father, I am left thee still. The wail ceased. The note changed with a confused association, half of the man, half of the artist. The anguish, still a melody, was connected with the sweeter sounds of thought and thoughts. The nightingale had escaped the pursuit. Soft, airy, bird-like, thrilled the delicious notes a moment and then died away. The instrument fell to the floor and its chords snapped. You heard that sound through the silence. The artist looked on his kneeling child and then on the broken chords. Bury me by her side, said he in a very calm, low voice, and that by mine. And with these words, his whole frame became rigid as if turned to stone. The last change passed over his face. He fell to the ground, sudden and heavy. The chords there, too, the chords of the human instrument were snapped asunder. As he fell, his robe brushed the laurel wreath, and that fell also near, but not in reach of, the dead man's nerveless hand. Broken instrument, broken heart, withered laurel wreath. The setting sun through the vine-clad lattice streamed on all. So smiles the eternal nature on the wrecks of all that make life glorious. And not a sun that sets somewhere on the silenced music, on the faded laurel. Well, I guess Zanoni was right. She
Yikes.
found her agony, her sorrow.
Resting on her laurels.
Yeah,
That
indeed.
poor young girl.
Yep, we're all gonna go through it, aren't we? Well, some of us already have.
We're all going through it now, whether we realize it or not.
Yeah.
That's the world we're in. That's okay. It's some important test
Absolutely.
to face down your death.
And we
Everyone
all
else's
signed up
death.
for it too.
Yeah, that's the weirdest part, isn't it?
Sure enough.
Like in your youth, you can complain and shake your fist at God or cry and feel sorry for yourself. But when you get older, if you study this kind of stuff the way we do, you say, oh, hey, wait, I think I don't fully remember it, but I got this weird feeling I chose to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
Die before
like-
you die, and then die every
Like
day.
Like
Keep
somebody
on
gave me a
dying.
menu.
Just like the
And
sun.
Yeah. They gave me this 5-course menu and I picked all the stuff off of there, you know.
Yeah.
What was on the menu? Was the menu the territory?
Life,
Was the menu
death,
the meal?
sex, drugs, children.
The
In
full
my
meal
case, a
deal.
lot of ADHD rock and roll type shit.
From Waffle House menu, and she passes you the menu, and you just start licking the menu, and you're like, no thanks, I don't need to buy anything. You just gave me the menu, and I can just lick the word, and I can taste the eggs on my tongue, and all
Lick the word.
all the syrup that dripped from the table that's still on the menu.
I stopped my phone from landing on the cement by kicking it.
That was I saw it spinning. That was cool.
Like a time wave 0. Like I think that's
I
Terrence.
just filed a $250 insurance claim against the last one, so that was pure will, like real will, not like me desiring, but like just natural force of will. Like not again, not right now.
It was
Can't do
almost
another 250 right now. Not ready.
no. It was spinning almost as fast as Britney Spears on her Instagram account.
Man, I follow Britney Spears on Instagram, and that is a sight to behold. I feel terrible for that woman. God, they MK ultra'd her right through to the bone marrow.
Oh man, yeah. Poor girl. She's spinning and smiling and spinning some more.
As soon as they told her that she was out of that whole dealy wop that she hated so much, she immediately pretty much got naked for a month on Instagram.
Was she
It's
naked
crazy.
on there?
That's what
I didn't
I
see that
follow
part.
Yeah. I mean, well, she covers herself up, but she's like posing, and she'll go like choose the little tiniest little heart icon or whatever, and cover her shaved beaver and her breastises, you know, the nipply parts, and
Yeah.
you know, part of me is like aghast, like, oh my God. And then, you know, some younger part of me that still exists inside of this body is like, fuck yeah, I finally get to see Britney Spears naked. Nice. But there's no pleasure in it. It's just like a bonus that doesn't really gain you anything except for that you said you did it, you know?
Here's a quote from a movie.
Yeah.
That feeling is all too familiar. It's been burning in my beaver since the day I lost my brothers. Do you know the name of this movie?
I don't think so.
This is a line delivered from the person who played Princess Amidala in the Star Wars films.
Oh, you're saying that's the same actress?
The same actress.
Because I would remember Princess Amidala saying this. I wouldn't forget that.
Natalie Portman in the David Gordon Green film with High in the title.
High Art?
Mm,
No, High Art was a
I'm not that
lesbian
familiar
movie
with this person.
It's called Your Highness with Danny McBride, James Franco, and Natalie Portman. And it's sort of a Monty Python, Dungeons and Dragons, Sword and Sandals sort of picture.
Now, what's it called again?
Your
This
Highness.
is for you, Alan. Here's a Jesus that finally kind of looks like that one.
Oh,
And he's 3D too. Can you see that on the camera?
Yeah.
Lord loves a 3D Jesus.
I love standing outside of people's houses and pretending I'm about to knock and then just holding still for hours and hours and hours until they wake up to go to work and they open the door and there I am about to knock.
Like, that'd be so awesome. I'd be so fucking happy. I'd hug you so hard it might hurt your neck.
They'd shoot you around here.
Yeah, you might. I'm in the city pretty much, but yeah, if you go outside
That's
of the
why
area
I
I'm into, I
freeze.
don't recommend approaching people's doors at all.
It's a freeze. It's a freezing pose. They will say freeze, motherfucker. I'm like, I'm already frozen. You don't need to shoot me. I'm not moving.
I don't know. They might not
Not a
be able to
threat.
shoot Alan. Alan's one of those guys you point the gun at and there's just no way to squeeze the trigger. It's not that you don't have the heart to. It's that it just won't squeeze. Squeeze it hard, you can bend the trigger and the gun won't fire.
Got superpowers.
Yeah.
Just send out these waveforms to
Here's my
press
gun.
the trigger from squeezing.
Oh, here, Jim.
Paralyze the finger.
Turn that light back on. See this thing?
Yeah, that's cool. Your loop.
Isn't that weird? Like that end's thicker, but this one you can see they did something to really thin it out.
Did they is that duct tape on it?
Yeah, it's just duct tape. That's why I took it. It's like, man, they sold it to me for $1. I'm like, whoever was using this thing was doing something. There's a bunch of it's a magic wand. Yeah, this is a magic wand. I used it for one thing today.
I wonder how that would go somewhere. Because if you made it, you're not really about to give it away, because you might need to use it again. Must have been like a collection of somebody's art that died.
That's what I assumed, that it probably either someone died or they got old enough that their belongings were no longer revered and got donated, or maybe they knew they were letting go of their toolbox, but they forgot it was in the top drawer or something.
It must have been in a clutch of art stuff, or else the lay person would probably throw it away because it looks like trash to them.
Yeah,
they wouldn't understand what it.
I figure I'm going to be
needed.
I'm going to be accountable on Judgment Day to some of that art stuff. Like God's going to be like, we need to talk about you buying all the art supplies from the thrift stores and not really using as much as you buy. Why'd you stockpile all that stuff? Other artists needed art supplies too. And I'm just not going to say shit. Like, well, if I got to go to hell, send me back to the thrift stores. I'll buy it all again.
Well, it's good that it's bought anyway.
I've got it stacked up. This whole section over here is all there's so much paint and shit in all those cabinets. Oh, Jim, I got like this guy big listed a box on Facebook yard sale, like a pretty good sized box of like some spray paint, 5 or 6 cans of spray paint, and some nice stain, just regular wood stain in the little yellow canisters. I go over there and the guy loads me down with like 5 or 6 full boxes of paint and stain for $20.
Wow, nice.
Like, you're gonna give me all this stuff? I'll send you the picture. I'm just dumbfounded. Like, what in the hell?
What are you gonna paint and stain?
Everything. Now I'm excused. I don't have to be frugal at all.
Yeah.
I might do like we did already and just say screw it and get a bunch of old autumn leaves and start hitting them with the purple and the green and see what happens. Me and Jim took a whole bunch of leaves from the backyard one time and a bunch of spray paint, and we just put them up on a big table that we had out back and just started painting the leaves. And my girl's like, what are you guys, crazy? What the hell are you doing? And we found painted like colorful leaves in our yard for like 3 or 4 years. It was hilarious. It was brilliant.
Nice.
I highly recommend painting leaves with spray paint and then just seeing how often you can still find one. Don't be surprised when you find one all the way across town, like stuck in the lid of a dumpster or something.
Were the fumes from that project beneficial in some way?
Always.
I mean, spray paint fumes ain't got nothing on Dow Corning 732. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, it's true. Ammonia, so strong it'll eat the air conditioner pipes.
Oh, I mean,
We were asked to weave in embarrassing stoned stories.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I'll tell mine some other time. Next 420. The Dow Corning
cliffhanger.
732 was so strong when me and Jim used it that we forgot what it means to price bacon. We didn't forget the price of the bacon. We forgot to be able to understand what. Yeah, like we did. We started to pop off to the lady, and then like we kind of realized together, like it doesn't matter because she's gonna bring us the bacon, you know, and so it doesn't matter that it comes with a price, and it certainly is not able to be understood what a price is.
Bringing home the bacon.
It was like
we were just like derp to the
an
max.
extra bacon or a side of bacon. Which one was more expensive and which one was a better deal? And there was like some way, I don't remember now, but like there was some way that I was like gaming the system, I thought, where I get 2 extra pieces of bacon for like 50 cents less. But
yeah,
really
but it wasn't
way to
true.
order.
That's just, I remember because we looked and we went back, and it's like, no, like the pricing.
Like
is
it doesn't
of course
make
not.
sense now.
Yeah, hey, he's a spider.
Hey.
Hey, hold
How's
on,
everybody?
guys. Before we go, just a second.
What's up?
Check this guy out.
Not a lot. I'm surprised you guys are still going. I've been asleep for 8 hours and woke up to the spider's flow state.
It's a fine
Guys trying to-
balance, and
guys
maybe
trying to
that
go
balance of
underneath
the
my,
workbench is on a yoga ball. I've been wondering how that's been holding up all along.
You guys see this big spider? He's scared to death.
Mm.
He thinks I'm trying to kill him. I'm not trying to kill you, man. You don't understand.
Oh, he's a big guy.
Hey, bud. What are you gonna do?
It's like a wolf spider.
You're all good, bro. Aunt Shelley used to collect you guys, keep you around.
I used to have one of those that lived inside my piano. When I played,
Yeah, and if they believe it or not, you're welcome here because my policy changed there.
he would come out and sit on the top and look at me when I was playing the piano.
Yeah, see, this guy's realizing it. He's like, you're really not gonna kill me, are you? I'm like, no, I'm not gonna kill you, man. We're friends. You just found another spider. That's all you did.
I was just
Say
told
goodnight.
him, never fuck with me. Don't bite me or anything.
Yeah, don't rush down at me or I will kill you because I'm scared of spiders a little bit. I mean,
you can stay here and eat all the bugs you want.
Yeah, you're really intimidating, man. I mean, you're terrifying.
Imagine if a spider was like big, like a minivan sized.
We wouldn't go anywhere near them, man. We wouldn't even fuck around with that shit at all.
Yeah, they're so
we would
quick
rope off that area
versatile.
and we would just rope off that area and patrol it. We'd get the toughest bastards we knew to just patrol that area, and we'd go on the other side of the fence and sleep real lightly.
Minivan-sized spiders.
I don't know, man. You sure you want to hang out on the desktop? Don't you want to go somewhere? Yes, I said you're welcome. All right, never mind. I'm just gonna take my laptop and go inside. It's all yours, bro.
He knows my technique. Freeze. He doesn't move.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He's like,
Doesn't get
man, this guy's
squashed. He
talking
doesn't
to
get.
me.
If he jumps around and runs around, he's gonna get a shoe thrown at him or something.
Yeah, don't come at me, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, there's a video on my YouTube of me working for Jim all by myself, and the spider rushes up at me on the desk. And so I pulled out my phone and started recording him and talking to him. And I told him, man, don't you know that my policy is to squish you guys if I see you indoors? You know this. So what are you doing? And he like starts waving he's a little wolf spider. He starts waving his little wolfy fangs at me. And so I talked to him and deliver him over to we keep plants inside the shop. And ever since then, I've been nice to spiders. Like, all right, you guys talked me into it. And then I became a spider. This weirdest thing happened. Like all that, and then I actually became a spider. I didn't expect that stuff to happen. I wasn't anticipating becoming a spider. So. All right.
I usually just take them outside.
Yeah, they're much happier outside for the most part. Use your bare hands?
Well, I get a Kleenex or something and grab them,
I squished a pretty sizable black widow inside my house because I didn't realize it was a black widow because it was kind of gray and white striped looking.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big spider, and I thought, fuck this thing. This one doesn't pass. But I didn't realize it was a black widow until I looked it up, and then I had that kind of EBGB feeling like, hey, dumbass, maybe not use your fist against the black widows with no implement. But hey, I made it. So all
No shit.
right, with that story, I'm gonna go because I can't
All
carry all
right,
this
I
stuff.
gotta
Can't be
hit it
quiet.
too,
So
guys. Back
love
to
you guys.
bed.
Talk to you soon. See
Yeah.
you
See you.
Saturday
guys.
or whenever.
Peace
All
out.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Hey, Jim, I have a question for you.
Yeah, shoot.
Have you ever tried to use ZBrush for your sculpting on a computer or anything like that?
I've seen it done a lot. I've tried. They don't. I don't have it. They don't have it for the tablet. But I've tried
Oh yeah.
similar apps that I could find, but none of them were that. I don't think they were that good. It's kind of tricky.
Yeah, ZBrush has the crazy ability to have like a billion polygons on the screen at once, and so you can get that ridiculous detail. And there's yet to be any other program written with that efficiency without shutting down most computers. But I've often wondered what a physical sculptor could do with something like that once they learn the tool. Because I came to digital art with no like physical art ability really. And so I always would like to see somebody that's constantly in the physical sculpting with their hands and then make a character or something with ZBrush.
That's a good question. I don't know if I've ever met anybody that did a transition, but I know a lot of people that are awesome ZBrush artists, and they can, you know, it's just like I haven't learned it yet myself. I'd like to, but I haven't put the time.
Yeah, there's a learning curve to it. There's a, you know, like you gotta kind of learn to where you can actually use the keyboard shortcuts to be efficient. But
Yeah,
just
that
like,
makes sense.
but like having that understanding of form with your physical hands versus, you know, just all in your head. I've often wondered if that's why my sculpts aren't exactly up to par, because I don't have that, you know, that basic foundation underneath my art.
Well,
So
I think it's just a learning curve of the tools that you're using. Just like, you know, if I'm a good, I learned how to sculpt, like, and I emphasized that sort of learning early, and very minimal on like painting the paintbrush. And then I decided I was going to learn how to paint, and there's a learning curve just to get that, you know, the tactile sense of the tool that you're using, getting used to that, and using colors for the first time instead of, you know, like I was just sculpting something so it had one color, but like thinking about how to like make shapes by using color, and then how to mix the colors. You only have you know, a few tubes of paint, but you want to get a color that doesn't exist in a tube. You have to mix stuff.
yeah.
And it's not straight up as easy as you would think to get a tone, because you might not realize that there's a blue in this shadow of a red thing, you know, on a red thing or something. You know, you might try to add black to get it, and then it never quite lands right on that color that you're looking for, you know.
Yeah, I've, as far as color is concerned, I always find it challenging, because if you're working on a white surface, the rules are one way. But then if you have a toned background, then it throws all the other values in a different direction. And that's
Yeah.
it's one of those things that you can't learn until you spent the hours upon hours doing it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I figure that's what ZBrush is like. You know, you just have to, you know, like they say, it takes 10,000 hours to gain mastery of something. So if you
right.
do something for 10,000 hours, you're going to be a master of it. And, you know, like nobody learns to
Oh,
play the piano in one day.
Right.
That's why we
Right.
run our stream so long, so we can level up. We need 10,000 hours of on-air voice on live stream.
Well, you
we
guys
start
got to
calling
be
ourselves professionals.
approaching that. Yeah, y'all aren't far from that.
We're getting
Like,
there.
I
It
go
really
through.
is. It's late night talk radio, is what we're doing on Wednesday nights, essentially.
Art Bell, late night talk. Talk about art and ring the bell.
Yeah, I have a little story I can share with you about some art and some magic and things. I'll briefly share the story.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So it would be about a year ago, 2 years ago actually, 2020. You know, after the stuff happened in 2020, after March, April, we get to about May, and I'm listening to this guy who's doing a really great job with this Theater of the Mind podcast. It's a live stream he's doing, and he's out of Germany. His name is Daniel, and he has this show where he's playing music and he's taking callers and he has guests, and he had David Icke as a guest. He had some really great guests. He started with a guy and they were speaking in German, and then they realized they were getting much more of an English audience. So of course they're in Germany and all of their audiences in America. And he's really influenced by Art Bell. So he uses the Warrant song, not Cherry Pie, but that other one. I got a secret that I just can't keep. Two Bodies in the Wishing Well, the name of the song. And then he played the Bob Lazar song by the band Arthur Unknown. So I took those two songs and I put them in a collage. I'm calling it like a sound collage. It's not really a remix. It's not meant to sound like music. It's a collage of audio. It's as if you have the radio on and the TV on, and maybe you got 3 radios and 3 televisions, and they're all playing different channels. So it's a collage of all the sounds. And when I layer the sounds, it's like these people are having a constant conversation because it plays out in a linear timeline. So you have one person talking about something completely unrelated, which seems like he's responding to something from a different stream of audio. So anyway, it's sort of this hypersigil sound collage. And I've been out of touch with Daniel for a while. He did the podcast, he did the live stream, he had a website. It was a beautiful thing. And then for some reason, he gave it a really good go. And maybe some people, maybe some employment opportunities, maybe some family members, maybe they were like, we don't really appreciate the topics. They're kind of controversial. I don't know why they're controversial, but it's that atmosphere of the 2020 talking about those types of things, having an open call line. People are expressing thoughts and opinions. So anyway, cut to a few hours ago, maybe 12 hours ago now. After I play that song, it's like Daniel contacted me. So I wonder if he's even maybe listening to this stream at some point. So thank you, Daniel, for your Waz's Das podcast. And the music really stuck with me. So I had to use it in honor of this man. And I put it together and I play it for you guys. And then there he is. He appears again. That's
Whoa.
a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I like that. Was ist das? What is that? What is that?
Yeah.
In German?
Something like that. So what is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I called into his show in May of 2020 as a first-time caller. He didn't know who I was. I didn't really know who he was. I called in and I talked to him for about 20 minutes about what was going on with the world. He was just, wow. And then after that, I talked to him regularly on his live stream, called in, and there's some others of us. And we had a small community of listeners for a while. So I wonder if some of those people are also listening to Weaving Spiders Welcome as I share Twitter feeds.
Was it like almost 2 years to the day from your first conversation?
Would have been 22 months, maybe 23 months.
Okay. 23.
Yeah, the 23 Enigma there. Sure. That's part of it too, I think.
Mm-hmm. So, all right, Jim, probably, I don't know, 11 months ago, you and I had a very brief texting back and forth about in search of what is this realm now? Now that y'all have been going at it for a while, if you had to boil it down to a couple sentences, what is this realm that we find ourselves in?
Wow, that's a good question. Feel like I'm still trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
It is because it's better than if it wasn't. Something is better than nothing. So why not what it is?
Yeah.
Like,
so do y'all have those clusters of like days where like you have synchro stacks, like the
that's every
number
day,
of
every minute, everything I do is stacking. And then people will ask me, well, why did you share that? Why did you talk about that? Why was it like, are you reading my mind? How did you know I was going to text you this thing? Or like, why did you send me that thing? Why did I receive the same Wizard from Black Sabbath thing from 2 or 3 different people, independent of each other? And then I shared it to a fourth person. Like, why are you sharing this to me? It's like, because people shared it to me and I shared it to them. And it's this interacting, operating process of continual divine feedback. And that's really, I think, what this whole experience of consciousness seems to be. It's we're here to witness it. We're here to observe it. And when we observe it, it observes us observing it. And then we observe it observing us observing it ad infinitum.
Yeah, there's something to that. Like I have this kind of nesting reality that I've been experiencing, and thankfully, because of my memory, I've been able to see the pieces fall into place from my childhood to the present. Like when I was a little boy, when I was like 7 years old, I was watching the news, and it was when the plane iced, the wings iced and crashed into the Potomac. And it was the first time that I understood that human beings could die, right? And so it was a very strong moment as a child. And then when I was 12 years old, I just randomly walked in the house. My brother was watching some show, and it was like some sort of zoo. And it was very subtropical and beautiful. And I just remember having a very physical response to how beautiful it was and saying, I'm going to live near there, right? So fast forward, moving to Austin, moving to West Sacramento, moving back to Texas, and I become a watchmaker. But I didn't want to be a watchmaker because jewelers don't treat watchmakers well. So I was trying to come up with something else to use the manual dexterity for. And I landed a job at Honeywell Aerospace. Well, the first week I'm there, some of the ladies that I worked with were like, hey, you don't know the area, come with us. So they took me from Clearwater, Florida over to Tampa, and they took me to Lowry Park Zoo, and I'm standing in the middle of the zoo and realized that it was the zoo that I was watching on that show when I was 12 years old, and I now lived within 30 minutes of it. Well, when I first moved to Florida, and it was the first time in my life that I've had true disposable income, I kind of, wildcatted a little bit, dated a lot of different women or whatever, and made an impression on a few of them, ended up getting married, living a life, getting divorced, and moving back to Paris, Texas. And I got contacted by one of the women that I had relationships with 15 years prior. She's like, hey, come visit me out in Virginia. So I do that. And I end up marrying her. And we live on the Potomac, right, like less than 2 miles away from the spot where the plane went into the water. And so just that like nested reality. And those are just the ones that I remember. And it makes me wonder how many more are inside that loop. But yeah, it's a magical place.
Maybe that's where the deja vu comes from. Being alongside that loop and not noticing it, or maybe a change in the timeline of things where you're not on the right path, perhaps. Maybe it is the right path, I guess. Deja vu is always, I don't know. I had a deja vu that was negative, I guess. Maybe that's more of a psychic feeling.
Premonition?
Yeah, premonition, I guess.
Yeah. One morning, I have this thing where I go out and shoot baskets every morning, just to get the energy of being asleep all night out of my body. And I woke up one morning and I had this real sense that I shouldn't go today, and to stay home, kind of inner voice, do something else. And I was like, nah, I need to get my 100 points in or whatever. So I go down there and end up playing basketball against a guy my own age, which was rare to see somebody my own age down there. And so my ego took over and I wanted to just completely annihilate this guy. It was terrible on my part. And the next play after I thought that, I blew my knee out.
Oh.
Yeah. It was, hey, at the time it sucked, but it's been the greatest teacher. Like I really had ego issues up to that point that needed to be addressed, and blowing your ACL and MCL out at the same time is a wonderful teacher.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so
pride comes before the fall, as they say.
100 on that play, 100. And I had started meditating just a few months before, and right when it happened, I almost immediately started meditating because I could feel my body going into shock. And the dude that was there, he ended up helping me to my car so that I could drive myself to the hospital. But that in itself, being in that state where things are not going well, and being able to fall into meditation to kind of control your bodily response was a teaching itself. I've since used that to keep from shitting myself while walking back to the apartment. So meditation has all the beautiful uses that nobody ever covers.
I've never heard that one, but that's awesome. Leave
well,
it.
How meditation can take you from the sympathetic nervous system to the parasympathetic nervous system and calm everything down.
What's parasympathetic?
Yeah, that's when you're completely calm and relaxed and you feel no danger. So the sympathetic is when you feel danger and you have to, which I don't know why they named them that way. It does not make any sense, but anyways. So, you feel your guts rumbling or whatever. That's definitely the sympathetic nervous system kicking in because you feel like I'm about to shit myself on the street,
Yeah.
And so I just stopped and I slowed my breath down to where, it's like 5-second rhythms. And I could feel my body go into the parasympathetic and relax. And that gave me just enough time to get to the apartment. So that's my hot tip for the week.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think sometimes I don't even realize I'm doing that. But if I'm really cold, I'm outside and I'm really cold and I don't want to be uncomfortable, I stop and I take a few deep breaths and I and I tell myself I'm one with the cold. There's no separation between me and this thing outside of me. We're the same thing. I don't have to be uncomfortable. I don't have to fight it. And then I go about my business, and I'm all of a sudden acclimated to the cold, comfortable, you know?
I've done the exact opposite in the second week of August in Paris, Texas, and it can be anywhere from 105 to 112 degrees with 80% humidity.
Oh man,
brutal. And I would just tell myself, now I'd have to do it in the shade. But man, I'm kind of cold here, you know, and just eventually you get to where you're less sticky than you were the moment before. It's similar to that Wim Hof method. It's just like, and I am fairly convinced that we are not as solid as we think we are. You know, just for a simple fact that you can do things like that, right? And on a psychedelic, I had a sofa fold up like origami and sit on the floor. And I walked through the space that it would have been standing in. And when I did that, I was like, nothing here is as real as I think. My five senses are the biggest liars of all time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I do that when I need to be not seen. I turn invisible.
Like a next level gray man, you take that concept to a different level.
Well, it's just holding still and not moving. They don't see you. They don't notice you.
My brother does this thing as he's driving through Austin, like a bat out of hell. He'll when he sees a police officer, he'll say this thing: "I see you, and you don't see me." And he says 9 times out of 10, it works out. You know.
Yeah.
So
that's a great one.
Yeah,
it's a great one.
Yeah, he had the interesting experience. Like he was in our hometown, and he was staying at a friend's house, and they were outside on the back porch drinking some brews, just killing time. And it's close to dusk, and they see something over a camper that they had in the backyard, and like they have some sort of lost time. And then they decided to pack it in. My brother was going to sleep in the camper. So he goes inside, and he remembers hearing something on top of the camper, and then nothing. Well, the next day, he drives from Paris, Texas to Austin, which is like a 5-hour drive. And just northeast of Dallas, that's the last thing he remembers before he wakes up in North Austin. So that in itself, maybe he's just driving and, on autopilot, whatever. So a couple of days later, he goes I had LASIK surgery done. And so he wanted to see if he was a candidate. He goes in and they check his eyes, and the doctor's like, "You never had any kind of surgery on your eyes?" He goes, "No, sir." So the doctor leaves, comes back, optometrist, whatever, comes back, brings a second guy, and the second guy looks in his left eye. So you've never had surgery on your eyes. They ended up bringing a third guy, and they were like, "We can't do anything for you because you've clearly had some sort of surgery on your left eye." And yeah, so he's like, "Well, I don't know where y'all getting that from because, I've never had surgery on my fucking eyes."
Yeah. What was it? The surgery? Could they tell what had been done, or?
They didn't go into any of that, but I guess because of legal reasons, they were not going to touch it,
Yeah, that makes sense. Somebody's already been in there. They could have done some damage, and they would get blamed for it.
Right.
Legally, they would be on the hook for it,
Right. So he walked out, was just shaking his head, and then he thought, maybe it has something to do with all that missing time.
That's crazy. Maybe
I'm not seeing aliens, guys, but aliens, maybe.
put something in his eye. I mean, if you were gonna surveil somebody's life, the best place to put a camera would be inside their eyeball.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, I find it incredibly interesting. So, all right. So you guys have, delved deeply into Pierre Sabac's stuff. What do y'all think the whole ultra terrestrial alien thing is? Any hard thoughts on that?
Funny you should mention that. Did you hear me earlier where I said that I was working on a sound collage with that specific topic in mind?
Well, okay. So you just, you mentioned two songs or one song by Warrant and then the Bob Lazar song.
Right. I put
Bob
those together in one sound collage. I'm working on a new sound collage today. I've been working on it the last few days. The topic of which is angels are aliens, are angels, are ultra terrestrials, are aliens, are messengers, are born of a boat from Pierre Sabac. So you mentioned this question.
Yeah, I was asleep, I guess, when you talked about that because
Okay. So it is quite fresh on my mind. And Carl Raschke wrote about the ultra terrestrials in a document that I could probably read at some point to you guys.
cool.
And the idea that there is language across cultures using puns and polyglottal symbolism and all these things. So Pierre Sabac is highest level of dictionary, etymology, cultural analysis, and compiling it all together in a book that reads like a dictionary, encyclopedia. Is very dense. And for some people, they're going to read a sentence and have to stop and look up every second word in their own dictionaries to determine what these words mean. He self-defines all of the words. So if you're keeping notes and you're kind of memorizing it, it's one of those studies where you have to focus on it, get through the book in the shortest period of time possible, and then go back to the beginning and reread it again, because it's not a linear thing. So this is what holographic culture and holographic languages are. When I say holographic, I mean there's a symbol, a signifier, a representation of a concept, of a thought, of a color, of a scent, of a smell, of a feeling, of a touch, of a time, of all of these things in one potent symbol that can mean all these different things at the same time. It's a multi-layered approach. What does this have to do with ultra terrestrials, intelligences, things that seem to communicate with us and yet they maybe don't have physical bodies? So ultra being beyond, and then terrestrial beyond the earth, the land, whatever the third dimensional realm is. It's all very interesting. And that's one of those things where if you begin to speak to them, they will communicate back to you. And a lot of times it will be through humor and funny sort of ways, and you won't immediately know what it is.
Yeah.
But after some time, you'll realize that there's a pun, there's a joke, there's a clever way to communicate something, but it isn't in English. They're not using English to communicate. They're using emotion, they're using senses, they're using music, directionality. If there's a fireball that shoots over your head in the direction you're walking, it's confirmation, hey, you're going in the right direction. Continue, like, look in this direction. And then you see the next thing they show you. And if you ask for them to show you and your eyes are open and you wait a long time, just don't rush out of the place, you'll see the things they're going to show you.
Yeah. So a synchro comes to mind that along those lines. So I have some friends in Paris who are in their early 80s, but they're incredibly forward thinking and always have been, right? And so I was pushing around this idea that maybe we're in some sort of realm controlled by intelligences that we don't necessarily comprehend. And so I shared a PDF from Tom Montauk with this woman, which for the fact that she even read it.
From Tom Montauk's forums?
Yeah.
An article he had written?
Yeah. And so I had went out to their house to discuss it, and she goes, you know, Lehman, you know, I sat with this after I read it, and I just, it doesn't vibe for me. And she goes, now you need to read some Richard Rohr, and you know, as a back and forth. And I was like, sure. So she gave me a book, and when I got out to the car, I had one of those old school iPod Classics hooked up to my car, and when I jumped in, I knew what I was listening to just before I got there. You know, something, some Tom Petty song or something, right? But when I jumped in, somehow the iPod jumped to a song by Ott about aliens. And it was like, you know, and I looked at the car and I was like, okay. So yeah.
That is a magical act, and I do encourage that. If you put the proper music, usually the Cocteau Twins, and you put them all their music on your device, and you set it to random, and you go out at night and you walk, and you say, I'm here. And then you can do the Stephen Greer human initiated contact CE5 thing.
CE5, yeah.
Right. So then you zero in on your location, and in your mental map of your mind's eye, you envision like we're zeroing in. So you start out largest Earth, and then you zoom down to the continent in your mind. You're envisioning this map in your mind. And then you're going to like a large body of water, like the Great Lakes region, that's viewable from space. So get to the Great Lakes region, and you keep zooming down so that something can find an exact location. And you just keep doing that over and over again. You say, here I am. I'm looking in this direction. We're zeroing in, and you stick around.
Yeah. Well, I've done that recently, Alan. Like for whatever reason, you know, when I got up at 3:30, I just had this calling, go outside. And, you know, I do have the CE5 app on my phone. And I live right up against the 395 Woodrow Wilson Bridge, and there's like this ramp. And so as it goes up, I have a pretty good vantage point of the Potomac and the tops of the apartment complex that I live in. And I was playing that one of the tones from the CE5 app as I was walking up the ramp. And I posted all this on IG. I even come across a really cool spider web, took a picture of it, and I was going up. And then I was like,
yeah,
I turned and I could see something over the top of the buildings that just didn't make sense. And so I have one of the newer iPhones, and so I put it on like one of those time release snapshots. And while I was out there, I couldn't really see anything in the photographs. But when I got back, there was lights where there could not be any lights.
Yeah.
Luminescence. Yeah. And the color blue, for whatever reason, like flashes or swatches of blue will pop up a lot of times when I feel like I'm having an experience. But, you know, living where I do, like literally inside the national airspace, I've wondered if this has ever hindered my experiences with that. Or shit, it might put them on hyperdrive. They just want to do a flex or something.
What do the tones sound like? Are you listening to the tones through headphones, or are the tones going through your speaker?
Yeah, I'm going through the speaker so that they're playing out.
Are you humming along with the tones to intonate the tones in your own body?
I have not. That's a really good wrinkle that I'm going to add. Yeah. Okay.
So perhaps it works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you guys seen Hellier?
might try it.
Do you have that book, Alan, that they talked about in Hellier?
Yeah, by a guy with the name of like Greenfield or something. Secret
Yeah,
Santa of
Alan.
Euphonauts.
Yeah, Alan Greenfield.
Funny you should mention that. That's it's a good book to talk about.
Yeah.
An interesting author to talk about. Mhm.
Let me get my copy real quick. It's
You got a
right
copy
here.
of it? I think Jim's heard the name Alan Greenfield before.
I have. I'm not sure if
It's an interesting person, interesting name.
not sure if I remember.
We'll keep that interest in our minds and in our hearts, and
It's a very interesting thing for
it's
sure.
such a small world of all the topics that we could be talking about, that just these few resonating topics are being brought up by. Even here.
I haven't even tried seen the Hellier documentary.
Right. So Hellier includes Alan Greenfield, and spoiler, there's tones. They use tones in a setting. So of course the tonality, the vibration and the intonation of the tones, that is ritual magic 101. That's like the first thing you learn is how to intone the names of the four archangels, and the
And sometimes why.
Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a backstreet boy. Tell me why.
So, Alan, you know that I guess it's called Cipher 6 or whatever that they extrapolated out of one of Crowley's books, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever taken that cipher and like run stuff from a different book, like the Bible, through it, or something that another reference that really resonates with you? Run it through that cipher and see what comes out.
Oh, that would be interesting to
Now
play
that
with.
comes to mind is the Peter Sabak phrases out of that book.
Mm-hmm.
What would come up out of it? And I believe the cipher is available online.
Right. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Because a friend of mine was running headlines from Yahoo or MSN or whatever, just the headlines through the cipher, and he was getting correlations, and
the headlines themselves are often chosen for their geometrical values.
Right.
Certainly.
So
interesting. You think they're chosen, or do they just magically have geometrical value?
They resonate. The words signify numbers, signify letters sympathetically. They all stack to have meaning, deeper meaning.
But I don't think it's necessarily always the author's choice. It's something that they were inspired to write by some sort of other
of course,
creative faculty.
There are the mundane factors, as if the English language exists with a limited vocabulary. So there are certain words that, of course, will be used because they're the only words to use. So you're almost forced to repeat the mantra of the spelling, of the grammar, of the thing. And it becomes a very magical act to coin new phrases. I've been given phrases that don't exist in dictionaries, in dream states and meditation states. Words that I've remembered and kept and I haven't shared with anybody. They sound very English. They're pronounceable like English words, but they are, you go to Google, you search for it, doesn't exist anywhere.
Alan, I've had, in the last 6 months, I've had two specific words come through that I was able to bring into Waking Life. And just like you, I looked them up, and both of them ended up being Italian.
Okay.
Which I thought very curious. But then one of the words was specifically about a mountain in a region in northwest Italy where the kingship, the royal family back in the day of Italy lived. And I was like,
it's interesting.
yeah. And then I have this obsession with Italy anyways, because the architecture there, you know, whether it's Tartaria or whatever, and the fact that we do not remotely build anything near as beautiful as some of those buildings. I'm just like, who are these masters that built these buildings?
It's a great question. Another thought I had was the man who wrote Cheating the Ferryman. He wrote a book on the daemon.
Yeah, Anthony Peake.
Anthony Peake. I would really like to get more into his stuff and dedicate some time to seeing what he's been up to with his new materials. He has that book about the demon or the daemon, and Carl Jung communicated with one by the name of Philemon.
Yeah.
I had an experience where I wondered, was this my daemon? Because I knew the guy's name. It had a very interesting name. And I was looking into ancient Phoenician ideas, Canaanite ideas. So when the guy's name is Kenneth, or Kenneth, Kenneth, or Kennnt, Kenneth, like Canaanite. So I was like, is there someone from an archetypal Canaanite Phoenician form? And I was studying Hermetic sciences and Hermetic yoga from Church of the Hermetic Sciences, Carol Polk Runyon. And he does a lot of work with the Krata and that magical system. So it's very interesting that I'm having a dream as this guy is driving a bus and I'm in the back of the bus, and I know the guy's name is Canaanite, Kenneth or something. And I had a knowing, and I saw in my mind's eye the spelling of the name. I saw it wasn't like on his name badge or anything. It was just I saw it, I visualized, I knew it, and I recognized that. And this ties us back to calling into Waz's DOS to explain this dream to, I think Robin Williams was the guest on the show, and does anybody have a dream to interpret? And I just had a crazy dream a couple nights ago, in which I'm riding in a bus, and I know the bus driver's name, and the sun is setting, and now we're on this bus, and the bus keeps traveling. And this is after the March madness after the March Friday the 13th event in 2020. So I have this dream. I think it was around that time. It was maybe a day or two before that. So I'm like, okay, I knew I had the premonition, the dream saying we're going to be stuck on a bus for a long time, and they're going to build roads that didn't exist for the purpose of keeping us on this bus. And this bus is never going to run out of gas. It's going to keep traveling. And the only way to get off this bus is to open the back door, the emergency back door, and wait for it to slow down enough so I can jump out. So me and this other kid, we're ready to jump out, and it goes into this parking garage. And as it's about to leave, it has to slow down because it's going down. So it's going slowly, and then we can jump out. And then we get into the parking garage and we go up to a higher level and we hide out there at a safe distance just to view what's going on in this perpetual night. The sun had set and it was darkness. And then parents walk up into the parking garage looking for us. So then the child goes to his parents, and then the dream ends. And I tell this dream interpretation guy that, he's like, oh yeah, well, clearly the child is you and the parents are your parents. And I'm like, yeah, I got that part. Could you tell me more that I don't know?
The part that I like is the Canaanites are driving this bus.
Yeah, a man with the name Kenneth was driving
Yeah.
the bus, and I'm like, "Are you the bus driver? Are you my daemon? Are you my tour guide? Are you showing me what's going to happen for the next couple months, years here?"
Into set, no less. Didn't you say the setting sun into set?
Yes. It was a darkness that did not end.
Yeah.
It's like we were going to be kept in the dark. We were going to be kept on a bus. We were going to be, driven forward. And the only way to not be driven is to get out of the bus.
Yeah. So
what was the Friday the 13th March Madness event?
2020.
That's when they announced that we had to be 6 feet apart from everybody.
Yeah.
Oh,
flattening the curve.
Mm-hmm.
So this dream was premonition of all of this craziness that I was already sort of aware of unfolding.
Right. And then I can't remember exactly. I want to say there was something that happened on Skull and Bones Day of that same year. Some
The
sort
322
of
event.
Yeah.
What was that? Was that when they when it first started was 322? Or was that 328?
Well, they made the declaration on Friday the 13th. And then I want to say that they ratcheted up the pain on 322.
322, yeah. So that was that March then? Friday the 13th on March?
Yeah.
They made the announcement for that thing?
Yeah.
313, 2020.
Yeah. Interesting. 313.
Yeah, so this is all a long-winded way to answer your question of what do you think this reality is? It's all of that. And when you become aware of that in your waking life, in your dream state, it becomes this continual liminal state where your waking life is just as magical, realistic, like magical realism as your dream life is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the consciousness, it's the vibration of the tone, it's the vibrational state. That's what it is. Your voice vibrates, you speak into reality. Would you like fries with that? No, thank you. Just a hamburger. You speak it into existence.
Around those lines, I've had this poem that I wrote when I was like 24 or 25 that's kind of stuck with me. And the general thread of the poem that was that I'm an indigenous tourist. Like I'm from here, but it's like I don't have enough information to actually be one of the members of this realm or whatever. And for whatever reason, that's just kind of stays with me. But do you guys ever wake up to anything like energetic happening to your body by an outside source? Like I've had a ridiculous amount of times where I've awoken to something outside of myself working on my body and having like energy run through my body, very much like an orgasm times 10. Like it's almost indescribable.
So it's not like a sleep paralysis situation?
Oh, no. I'm like, I've had sleep paralysis and it's almost always got that fear tinge to it. This is all like, oh, wow, you come to heal me sort of thing.
It's a healing thing and not like a nocturnal emission.
Yeah. And it's never in the crotch is the thing. It's like it'll be on the back of my neck or it'll start in my feet and go up. And it literally feels like an orgasm starting in your feet. And so I do, and I had a time period where I did like 2 or 3 hour-long meditations a day, and I know that had something to do with it. And I was using the Joe Dispenza guided meditations during that time, and it was from 2/2/2022 to 2/22/2022, and I just felt like there was something about that portal, regardless of what anybody else was saying. For me, that time period was specific. And so I really concentrated on doing a lot of meditating during that time. And I got to tell you, I had experiences that will stay with me for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And that whole time I was stone cold sober, you know?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you were doing something for Lent during that time, I seem to recall, right, Alan? You were giving something up.
It's just playfulness. It's not I have to do Lent. It's like, oh, other people are doing Lent. What could I give up? And maybe it's something I already don't have. So then you can say I've given this thing up which I never had to begin with because it was never mine. So it's not a punishment thing, it's a playfulness aspect.
Yeah. And then that playfulness, that not being attached to outcomes,
Right.
I think is,
and not being afraid, not having a sense of fear. I've had situations where I've been playful and not fearful, and then after it's happened, I've thought about it and been real cerebral about it, and then I've got the sense of that's terrifying.
yeah.
But in the moment, I was, oh, it's interesting. Let's just keep observing. Let's see where this is going. Oh, wow.
You got an example for me?
Oh, many, but some of them are just personal.
Okay.
So it's all internal. So it doesn't make for a good story.
Gotcha.
You have to include all these details. And then, why are you talking about all these details that don't seem relevant? And well, it's holographic. It's multidimensional. It's all of these things. And it might take me 2 hours just to paint a picture. And then you're like, well, this is a joke without a punchline.
Yeah, I feel you on that. You know, you and I both shared how we like you and your friend like manifested like the gray or white squirrel or black
the
squirrel.
albino squirrels versus the shadow squirrels.
Yeah. And then I wrote that test because of Philip K. Dick to see whether I could have somebody show up in my reality.
Yes.
That I wrote about. Jim, have you ever done an experiment with that?
Well, I've never tried writing it really on purpose. Actually, I may have had experiences like that, but so one time I made a new friend, and it was this girl. We talked for like a couple hours at a bar, and we were talking about meditating and manifesting reality. And like we had been like, there's this big fireplace on the outside in the like smoking area, and they had a bunch of wood and, you know, firewood in a big pile, and, you know, no like newspapers or anything. So we were trying to get this fire started for like half an hour. We were like trying, nothing would work. It kept going out. And then, we'd been talking about the universe giving you things if you ask. And so I said, universe, bring us a fire professional to start this fire. And then we like laughed. And then we're talking for a little bit more. And the door opens up and this man walks out from the restaurant. He's like, are you guys trying to get this fire started out here? And I was like, yeah, it won't go. And he's like, well, I'm the chief of fire, the fire chief over in this next door town. Let me try. And he does like, he like bends over and does like click, click, click. And then he goes, and it goes poof. There's this fire in there. And then we're like looking at each other like, holy shit. And then he like goes back inside. He smokes a cigarette, like half a cigarette, and then goes back inside. And I was like, universe, bring me solid gold dancers. And she's like, well, you're not going to get everything you want, but you will get everything that you need.
You might get a video.
Might get a video.
Someone might play a video of those dancers.
Yeah. Do you have a solid gold dancer video? Queued up. Thank you.
Queued up. But no, just like the names that we encounter, like Philip K. Dick. Okay, there's like a pun in there, you know.
Mm-hmm. Like poke Runyon. All these authors have put it in you, sort of. They want to inject their words in your mind.
Pen names.
Yeah, your Penis 15 club name.
Penis.
Yeah.
your
So,
quill.
Penis, my dear.
and like Lovecraft. Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Sending the face huggers after me is really love.
Right. It's like the name Sex God was already taken, so I went with something else.
Yeah. So that I wish more people would do that test. I don't know if Jim's ever heard, but I realized that several authors were writing things and they were coming true or whatever. So I thought, well, if they
Mhm.
could do it, I could do it. So I wrote this thing that in the past tense, and that I had met this brunette woman with really amazing breasts sitting on a bench that I've never seen anybody sit on at 7 o'clock in the morning, and that she would ask me a specific question, right? And I wrote that down, put it in my drawer, and forgot about it. And 2 weeks later, that exact experience, as I had written it out, had came to pass.
Wow.
And of course, I wonder what would have happened if I had deviated from the script and like asked more questions, maybe asked to buy her breakfast or something at a local, or if she was just purely there for that experience and then never existed again. Like the fire chief. Did you ever lay eyes on the guy again?
No.
After that?
No. I was like, wow, a fire professional? I was just making it up.
Now, isn't that how they describe so-called guardian angels? There used to be this show on television. I don't remember the name of it, but they'd have stories, people talking about their encounter with angels, where they would be in a time of need. An angel would show up, help them, and then never see that person again. They look for this person. They put out ads in the paper. They try to find the person to thank them or to give them money or, to find out where they are. And you really helped me out. Never find them.
Yeah, like I went to in my early 30s. I went to a mega church with my family in Florida or whatever, and I'd been going there for 6 months, and I just liked the fellowship. Mainly was the reason I was going. And the choir director there, he was a pretty grounded person. I never really saw too much in him where I thought, oh, he's squirrely. And then one day in front of a congregation, there must have been 3,000 people in there. He tells a story about going back home to Louisiana, and it was very late night. And, it's on one of those kind of like farm to market roads where it's just 2 lane, and he and a car approach each other and the car hits him. Clearly the person, got stung by a bee or was drinking, one of those sort of situations. But it's like 2 o'clock in the morning or something. So he's barely getting out of his car because he's kind of jacked up from the basically head-on collision. And he says that a giant man, a tremendous stature, come raging out of his vehicle saying, I'm going to kill you, right? And this dude was, a smallish kind of dude, almost impish like. And he goes, Jesus, I need you now. And he said, out of nowhere, a policeman showed up, swooped in and arrested this guy and said, help us along the way. And in that brief second, he noticed that the guy's name was Sergeant Champion of a certain parish in the area, right? He tried to find this guy. This guy did not exist. And
wow.
So, there's those religious overtones, but I just the simple fact that I never saw anything like that from him before or after, I tend to believe his account of the story. So,
that's a great story.
Yeah, guardian angel.
Yeah, there was a show called It's a Miracle, hosted by Richard Thomas and later by Roma Downey. It was on a PAX television station.
Dude, you're digging in the vault for that one.
That was one of these types of shows. I remember
What was it
late
called?
80s to early 90s. The one I'm mentioning is called It's a Miracle. There were other sort of
For that, I think.
shows where they had actors reenacting. There was one called was it called Rescue 911, where they have stories about EMTs and firefighters and things that would do rescues, and they'd reenact the events. These sort of docudrama things where it was real life, but they had actors to reenact it, and there was a number of different programs that fit this format.
Touched by an Angel.
Touched by an Angel was fictional and scripted.
That was fictional.
The script was written to be a storyline, like a serial television show.
By any chance, have either of you seen a series on Netflix called Surviving Death? And specifically season 1, episode 1. It starts out with this, I want to say she is a neurosurgeon. Anyways, she's somewhere like Patagonia, whitewater rafting with some friends. Apparently she has some skill with, boats and raging water. But anyways, things go sideways and she's basically dead for an hour, right? Some crazy thing like that. She comes back to life. She has full function. But when she was on the other side, she was given information about her oldest son dying around 18, 20 years old. So she comes back and it completely changes her. I guess before she was a hardcore atheist and didn't believe in anything afterward. And I definitely recommend that season 1, episode 1. Now, the rest of the series is suspect at best, but that one is pretty amazing. And then I guess episode 6 has a lot of kids coming back or knowing information that there's no way that they could know something. So what do y'all think that's about when it's like clear some sort of past life memory is coming through these kids? Is that what's actually happening? Or are they like pulling information of a specific frequency from the collective unconscious and they think that it's their past life?
I feel like it could be past lives. I mean, I know it probably in our culture, there's a lot more stories that we don't know about because most people would poo-poo the idea if their little 3-year-old was telling them that because it doesn't fit into their beliefs. But I know in like India, there's tons of stories like that.
Well, there's a lot of possibilities, and all of those possibilities could be the possibilities. And you know how your mind will go into overdrive to imagine all the terrible possibilities that will rack your nerves and just make you really look forward to this event in your life that's coming up, and you just imagine all the ways in which it will go wrong. You've sort of played out different scenarios. You've lived those alternate dimensional selves and possibilities already just through your mind, and you're not actively imagining it. Your mind is just putting those ideas, and you're like, well, what are these ideas and scenarios and memories of things that haven't happened but could occur? Where do they arrive from, fully formed in my mind as an image of it? And then I just have to say, no, not in this timeline. It hasn't happened yet. It's not written in cement. The best possible outcome for all parties will be the outcome. That's how it will always be for me in this timeline.
The best possible outcome. Yeah, I agree.
And I might not know what the best possible outcome is. So in the moment, if I think it's going wrong and I want to try to steer the ship, well, if there's anti-lock brakes, am I holding the brakes or am I pumping the brakes? If something else is in control, don't try to override the greater consciousness, which is taking care of you. that's going back to Lehman's story where he's like, I have this idea that I probably shouldn't go out this morning and play basketball, but I'm going to do it anyway because I think I know better than whatever intuition is telling me, whatever spirit guide is telling me, whatever God's telling you, whatever the angels are communicating, whatever it is, whatever the metaphor is, you got the message and you laughed at
Ignored
it.
it. Yeah, that flow state and then listening to the intuition. Believe me, since that time, I have been much quicker to.
Right. So when you get that intuition, we'll slow way down, move really slowly, and be prepared just to walk away from it all.
Yeah.
That's good advice. I feel like you have to go through it though, in order to learn that about yourself.
Right.
I've made those mistakes about my own judgment.
Yeah. Tim, have you ever had a near-death experience?
I've had some near-death experiences. I think one time I was surfing. I was in like maybe the 7th grade or something, and my family went to Hawaii, and I wasn't that good of a surfer. I think I'd done it like maybe once before that, once or twice. Rent a surfboard, at the beach, something like 10 or 15 bucks or something. You can have it for a couple of hours. And I rented one, but it didn't have the tether. The wrap around your leg was broken off of it. I was like, oh well, whatever. So caught a few waves, ended up kind of having to go out further out than like pretty far out there to get to the spot where the waves were breaking, where everybody was at that was surfing. All the locals and stuff were down there. I caught this really great wave and I was surfing and I was like, yes, standing up, and then I bailed off of it, kind of like twirling around under the water for a second, like a little bit longer than I wanted to. And then I go up to take a breath and get out of the water, and my surfboard gets propelled straight into my forehead by the next wave. It goes donk, and it like pushes me back. I go back down underwater, and I got caught into like some kind of undertow thing and like I was spinning, and I didn't have any air, and I couldn't figure out which way was up. And like, I could tell that nothing that I was doing with my hands or legs was getting me any traction in the water. And I pretty much was like, realized that I was going to drown because I was down there for a long time. And then so I sort of made peace with it. Like, I guess I'm going to die. Like, that sucks, but it's all going to be okay. As soon as I thought that, somebody grabs me by my neck and yanks me up out of the water. There's a Hawaiian kid. So he tosses me right over onto my board, and he's like swimming away, like shaking his head, like freaking howlies or whatever, these out of towners that come to my beach and don't know how to surf. I was like, whew. Yeah, it was a pretty interesting experience. I went straight to the shore after that and gave the surfboard back to the rental place. Just, taking a deep breath, because I really like felt like I was going to die, and like the panic went away and I was at peace with it. That was a pretty weird experience. I didn't go anywhere else, per se.
Right. Right. It may have been a local. That may have been your angel. Because
Yeah.
I'm like in my mind, I'm like, how did he know where you were at under the
I know.
water?
Yeah, exactly. It was weird.
Myself and like 15 friends were swimming across this lake in North Texas at 3:00 in the morning. And I'm out front because I'm I was an old country boy, and this thing is what I live for. I was aware that some of the people probably weren't as good a swimmer as me, and something just told me to go back. And I went back, and it's pitch dark. And I just reached down in the water, and I grabbed a guy that I had no clue he was there and pulled him up. And so I told my brother who was with me, I was like, hey, why don't you swim this guy back to shore that way, and we're going to keep going. Many years later, I'm walking through my town, and my history teacher from my high school stops me and it's like, wait a minute, do you know so-and-so? I said, yeah. He goes, well, he wrote about a time that you saved his life while he was drowning. And see, to me, it was no big deal, but to him, and it was one of those moments where, like, literally, it was not me. I was just a participant because I had no idea where this kid was, So it might have been one of those situations where the Hawaiian was just following that intuition and just reached down and grabbed the spider.
I think so. I really do. Because, I mean, people weren't that close to me. I mean, they were ways off, 50 feet, maybe 25 feet. And it's water. It's hard to get around. You can't really move that fast. So
plus, when you went under, you said that felt like you were in some sort of undertow. So you wouldn't have been where the last place you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it feels like I was getting pulled back towards the land.
Yeah.
Or something. So maybe I was going the other way. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Right.
Everything discombobulated.
I wonder if you had panicked and not made peace with that situation, if you had died.
Probably. I think that myself. Because I would have been doing this and probably dropped like a stone and just kind of like letting go. I feel like it kind of almost floated me up or something.
Yeah, it's almost like they say when like a plane is in a free fall or something, the best thing the pilot can do at that moment is let go of the yoke and allow the dynamics of the plane to take over.
Yeah, airplanes like bicycles are inherently stable. So like a bicycle, if you don't want to fall down, you just pedal your bicycle and it'll go straight.
Right.
Not fall over. Airplanes are about the same way, where it wants to be balanced out. When you set your trim and everything so that it is balanced, then if anything happens, that's the best thing to do is let go. Unless you're like real close to the ground.
Right.
You just grab your nuts and close your eyes.
Release. At that point, you have to come to peace with it.
Yeah.
Going to take a miracle, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I had a miracle happen in February where like Toyota offered me $20,000 for a vehicle that I originally only gave $21,000 for, right? And because of this craziness, I was able to become car note free because I sold that one and used the rest of the money to pay off the other car, right?
Nice.
And which enabled my wife and I to then start looking at buying a condo or something, right? Well, but so now the underwriters are like, wait a minute, why did they give you $20,000 for a $21,000 car that had 56,000 miles on it? And I'm like, I don't know. You're going to have to ask them. I was like, at the time, I thought it was a miracle in and of itself as well. And I understand why you're questioning this, but here's all the documentation. I don't know what else to tell you. So Yeah, miracles come in all kinds of different ways. Whether you're in the rocks at the bottom of the ocean,
Yeah.
or you receive a ridiculous offer on a RAV4. So
Many blessings.
yeah, I think it's time for some coffee. I've enjoyed the conversation, guys. Y'all have a wonderful morning.
You too. Have fun.
Yep.
Enjoy your coffee.
What a flow state it's been.
What a
so
flow
far.
state it's been. I'm thinking about hitting the sign off button.
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago, I realized we had another hour to go and then it would be 5 hours, but I lost track of time and now it's been over 5 hours.
It's been over 5 hours and 10 minutes. Holy smokes. Well,
Feels
good night,
like
everybody.
Only 3 hours. Life is a miracle.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning for everyone else. Life is a miracle.
Beautiful weather in Germany and across the pond to everyone who's been listening this morning.
We love you all. Until next Saturday.